Build a wall, Diana. Turned into a grind really quick. Yeah. But it's going well. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone out this evening. We do have a packed house tonight, so it's good to see you all here. We'll be beginning our regularly scheduled City Council meeting for February 6th, 2024. The time is 6 p.m. We will begin our meeting with an invocation offered by Pastor Paul Shulga of the Caldwell Christian Faith Center. So if you'd please stand for that, if you'd come forward. And then after the prayer, if you'd please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Greetings to everyone here tonight. Before I begin in prayer, I just want to say just a few short words. Why do we pray? Friends, I believe we pray because we believe in an almighty God and an almighty power. We believe that He hears us when we pray. But I want us to know that not every prayer is heard. Some are even opposed. James 4:6 says this, and He gives grace generously, as the scripture says. God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Friends, the haughty and prideful address is actually opposed according to scripture. But tonight, as we approach Him in prayer, I want us to have a heart of humility, because this will attract the grace of God over our lives, in our city, our institutions that we have in our city. So in the next few moments, I would like us to put aside any personal ambitions, accolades, things that maybe we have burning in our heart, and to humble ourselves before the Creator of the universe as we pray. Heavenly Father, we come before You right now, and we open this council meeting with prayer because we care for our community. Lord, we desperately need You this year. We need You this year in our schools. We need You this year with our children. God, we need You this year in our businesses, in our current plans, in our future plans, God. Your word says, unless the Lord builds the house, those who labor, they labor in vain, God. And we pray right now that we would like Your blessing over this house, over this city, God, over all the things that might take place and transpire this year. Father, we pray Your protection. We pray Your guardian angels, God, over every arena of this year in Jesus' mighty name. We pray over our churches, spiritual institutions, hospitals, medical institutions, our government officials, Father. We pray a wisdom, blessing, virtue, just Your presence over their lives. We pray for our law enforcement, EMTs, first responders. God, we need You, Lord. And we humble ourselves tonight. And we thank You for Your presence. We thank You for Your Spirit. And we thank You for Your promise that You would be with us till the end of the age. We pray all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Shulga, thank you so much, not only for the prayer, but those wonderful words of wisdom. We appreciate you being here. Yes. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'd please call the roll.
Doty?
Here.
Stodick?
Here.
Register?
Here.
Allgood?
Here.
Dittenberg?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Good. All council members are present. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any members of the council regarding any items on the agenda this evening? Okay, so we do have a few special presentations this evening. And the first one is a proclamation. This is for Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. So I will read that. So states this is proclamation for Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, February 2024. Whereas females between the ages 16 to 24 are more vulnerable to intimate partner violence, experiencing abuse at a rate almost triple the national average. Nearly half of teens who experience dating violence report that incidents of abuse took place in a school building or on school grounds. And whereas high school students who experience physical violence in a dating relationship are more likely to use drugs and alcohol, are at greater risk of suicide, and are much more likely to carry patterns of abuse into future relationships. And whereas only 33% of teens who are in an abusive relationship ever tell anyone about the abuse, and 81% of parents surveyed either believe teen dating violence is not an issue or admit they do not know if it is one. And whereas the establishment of Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month will benefit young people, their families, schools, and communities regardless of socioeconomic status, gender, sexual orientation, or ethnicity. And whereas everyone has the right to a safe and healthy relationship and to be free from abuse. Now therefore, I, Jerem Wagner, Mayor of Caldwell, Idaho, do hereby proclaim February 2024 Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month throughout Caldwell, and I urge all Caldwell residents to work toward ending teen dating violence. And who's? Kim. There you are. So yes, we're thankful to have Kim Dugan here. She helps lead the Advocates Against Family Violence. Kim, do you mind coming forward so we can recognize you and give you a moment to say a few words as well? So, and everything that you do for our community, and especially for those that have to go through such things, and to be there for them in their darkest hours.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the continued support of our program here in the community. We've been serving abuse victims in our community for 20 years. We just celebrated our 20-year anniversary this past year. And in that, over the course of our serving individuals, we did come to learn that abuse starts at a very young age, and it's generational. And we needed to break that cycle. And so in all of that, our teen outreach program was created. And this past year, we were able to serve over 4,700 youth in their journey to freedom, and educate them in how to have a healthy relationship in the schools and in other community programs that we're also involved with. And then it's also really exciting to us that we were involved with the inception of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council way back when this was Mayor Nan Colis's dream. And tonight, I believe it's on the agenda that our operations director is being inducted to her third term, serving on the Mayor's Youth Master Plan Committee. And so we're very excited to be partnering with the city and having the support of the city in every effort that we make to end violence in the lives of every individual. So thank you.
Yes, well, thank you very much. And as you hit it on the head right there, it's every individual, because every one of them matters. Yes. And you do so much and go above and beyond to help and provide for every single person that comes through those doors up there. So thank you so much for what you do. So
thank you, Mayor.
Present this to you. The next item on our special presentations is a presentation to the Caldwell Police Department from the Iron Warriors Motorcycle Club and the Los Carnales La Familia Motorcycle Club. So I don't know if there's a representative that would like to come forward. I'm guessing it's one of the gentlemen in the back and Chief, yes, if you would like to come forward as well. Yes, so if you don't mind, come forward. If you just could state your name for the record, and then who you represent, and then the podium is yours.
You'll like this. My name is Dirty Rob, also known as Larry Robertson. Retired from Oakland PD in California, but I didn't bring that with me. I've been here 9 years, so I think I'm close to being an Idahoan. Close. You're up.
Scott Senst, otherwise known as Uncle Fester, and I'm with the Iron Warriors Motorcycle Club, also from the Bay Area in California. I've been here 9 years as well.
Very good. Yes, and so yes, the podium is yours for your.
All right. We started a toy run years ago in the Bay Area. We came up here and decided we'd do the same thing here at St. Luke's Children's Hospital. We started as a group effort 5 years ago. And it started real small. We had like 400 toys the first year, and then this year we enlisted the help of another guy from California, the captain over there. And we had about 22 different locations, and of course the chief let him help us out, so I appreciate it. We had 22 or even more than that locations in the Treasure Valley. We had drop boxes in a lot of different folks helped us out, so we had 1,804 toys, which I thought was pretty good. And, you guys came in almost at 100 for the first time out, and that was excellent. So really appreciate the efforts, and it's part of the citizens, mainly the citizens are reaching their pocket and digging deep for the toys. They weren't cheap toys either. A lot of them are fancy drones and $100 items. It wasn't the cheap stuff, so it was really impressive. And the kids really appreciate it. It goes a long ways at Children's Hospital. So I want to thank the chief and thank the captain and all their staff and everybody that helped out.
Very good.
Here you go.
Excellent. I don't know if Chief or Captain, if you want to say a few words.
Well, on behalf of Chief Ingram, no, I'm teasing. That's one of my favorite lines ever to say. No, he's great for letting me say that, but truly it was an honor for us to be a part of this. Such a noble cause, and to see the children get the gifts around the Christmas time who were hospitalized. I couldn't imagine what that's like for those little guys in there feeling that way during the holidays. So the Iron Warriors, the Los Carnales family, all retired law enforcement, we're proud to partner with them. And truly what we're excited about is making this a continued effort here on out. So plan to be there by your side. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
And God bless.
You, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And we appreciate you coming down so that we could recognize that and bring awareness to it as well, so that, as Captain Rosen said, make it bigger and better every year. So excited for that. So thank you again for doing that and blessing the lives of those children, especially as you mentioned during Christmas time when they need it the most. Our next special presentation is Christine Wendelsdorf from the Canyon County who is the Canyon County Emergency Manager. So I know there have been some questions come up in regards to emergency management. So this is just to give a brief overview of what that emergency management or that emergency plan is for the county. I know that when that was done, there was a few city representatives on there. I think Ashley Newbury was one. And
Yes, that was for the all-hazard mitigation
all hazard,
plan.
that's right.
So we have
for that.
2 of them.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just turn it over to you to take some time and explain that for us.
Well, thank you, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate it. And as the mayor said, I was asked to come give a brief presentation about emergency management within Canyon County. For those of you who do not know me, I'm Christine Wendelsdorf, Canyon County Emergency Manager. This presentation tonight, I'm just giving a brief overview of, the declaration process and how things could work in the event of an emergency. I know that there were some questions regarding flooding and stuff because we thought that was a threat this year with all the snow that we had. And of course, the season's still not over, so that's still something that we are going to be looking at. So starting off, what is emergency management? Well, obviously it is a vital part of the Homeland Security that seeks in creating safe and resilient communities that can cope with a disaster. The goal of emergency management is make sure that members of our communities are prepared for an emergency or any type of situation that can tax our system. It may not be an emergency at first, at the beginning, but it can quickly turn into one. The role of the emergency manager in the state of Idaho can differ from county to county. It just depends on what the needs of their community may be. Here in Canyon County, I deal with everything ranging from hazmat situations to working with planning and zoning department regarding flood-prone areas such as low water crossings to residential homes and other types of threats that may pose a risk to people who live in areas where they're not able to safely mitigate that situation. And this also, emergency management is also a key component in coordinating other resources, whether they be from within the county or from outside, anything to protect lives and property. And this can range from anything. It can be from trained staff all the way up to specialized equipment, just depending on what the need is. So when would you call me? And this is this isn't all set in stone, obviously, you know, there's large planned events, sometimes to get a heads up of those, you know, that, kind of prepares us in the event that something should happen at one of those large scale events. Any type of large event that may tax our system or max out the resources that we do have. As our population grows, we are seeing more and more events like man-made events, whether they're accidental or intentional, along with natural events, weather-related, you know, like we had all the snow or wind-related or something like that. And of course, when it comes to the man-made events, we are seeing more of those, like I said, because of our population growing. A couple examples are the gas line that was hit in Middleton. That was a pretty big deal. Another event that's been becoming popular within emergency management is cybersecurity attacks. And a lot of those attacks are coming onto governmental agencies such as cities, counties, that, you know, they're just being hit with ransomware or whatever. So I don't take the place of the fire chief or the police chief or anything in these matters. I'm just there as a logistical support to provide resources that they may need to handle the situation effectively. I try to coordinate with the weather service. We actually do a lot of coordination together, and when needed, I notify our planning partners of weather-related events that may have a significant impact within our county. Of course, some of these are far and few in between, but if there is an incident involving water supply or sewer problem or anything else that, you know, if the water supply, something happens at the water plant, again, those are very far and few in between because there's a lot of redundancy that's put in place for those. I may be able to assist with the declaration process for those types of events if needed. What is a local disaster declaration? I think sometimes there's some confusion with this. This falls under Idaho Code Title 46. It talks about what the definition of a disaster declaration is and who's able to authorize one. So in this case, it can be declared by the mayor or the county chair commission. It is good for 7 days. You do have the ability to renew that at the end of the 7 days, and it has to go with the consent of the governing board. So in this case, it'd be the city council along with the mayor, and then it would go to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. The purpose of the declaration is, sometimes I think this gets a little mixed up because it has the word emergency in it. A declaration is just allowing for a potential cost recovery during any type of disaster that you may have. Again, whether even if it's cybersecurity or if it's weather related. It also limits the liability and allows for exceptions in the bidding process. So when you do declare an emergency, you don't have to go out for bid on things. You can go ahead and procure the resources and the services that are needed to safely and quickly mitigate the situation or the disaster that you're dealing with at hand. So it's, again, a lot of people think, you know, oh, I don't want to do that. It has the word emergency in it, and it'll throw people into a panic. The word emergency does have to be in there. I have been asked that. It does need to be in there. That's part of the documentation. So, yeah, it's just mainly for cost recovery. Community partnership is also a very big thing when it comes to emergency management. It's very making sure that your community is being resilient. Planning is huge. We all face within our community shortage of resources. Especially as our population grows, you know, we're trying to meet those needs. I always like to say together we have more than if we're by ourselves, because it is true. If there was a large-scale event that was to happen here in Canyon County, we wouldn't have to rely on one another to bring resources to be able to safely and effectively mitigate that situation and take care of the citizens in our county. Planning, again, this to me as an emergency manager is probably the most important thing. I always say it's not really a good idea to exchange business cards during the emergency. You kind of want to do that before. The battery fire that occurred in Melba, I don't know if you knew about that. Well, I was involved in that, and that went very well, but it could have gone a whole lot differently. Prior to that event, Idaho Power and myself have been coordinating in the event that we did have some type of large-scale power outage or just something went awry. Well, when that incident happened, they contacted me, and we coordinated together as far as the messaging we were putting out to the community to make sure that they were aware that there was no threat. And I like to say that it actually went a whole lot better than had we not been working together prior to, because we knew what the expectations of each other were. We were able to keep the board of county commissioners up to speed, and all the communication that went out was I guess it was all vetted, and it was all coordinated. So it did make things go a whole lot smoother. Making sure that citizens are prepared is a very key thing. I know that this was something that was brought up. FEMA does recommend that every person try to be self-sufficient or self-sustaining for at least 72 hours. This includes medication, diapers, formula, any types of necessities that you would need for you or your family for at least 72 hours. It's not, the 72-hour mark is not because the county's not going to come and help you until 72 hours. It's more because if we did have a county-wide emergency, there are a lot of people here, and so trying to get resources to come in, after a declaration, if we had to go state or even federal, it takes some time to get those resources. We don't just have them there, and we have to order them up, and there's a process that happens. And so sometimes that takes a little bit longer than it being an instantaneous or just a few hours. So we like to make sure that part of community outreach, that our citizens are prepared and have the supplies that they need for at least 72 hours. There's other courses out there that can help the public understand, along with elected officials. They go a lot more in depth than what I did here tonight. Like I said, I gave a very 30,000-foot view to that. But it is important, though, for everybody to know how these processes work. And, I'd be happy to coordinate such training for elected officials or anybody that would need it, or any type of preparedness for the community. I'm always open to do that. So if anybody's interested, but that's all I had. So I appreciate it again. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. You can hear the rumble from the motorcycle
Yeah.
outside. So usually it's the train that we hear, but tonight it's I like the motorcycle rumble a lot better than the train. Yes, Bill, thank you so much. Any questions from any council members? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
Yes.
Hey, good evening, Christine.
Hi.
Hi. Do we have an MOU in place, mutual aid agreement? Do we need one? Where are we at on that?
For if there was any,
We're gonna work a hazard together. We got something in Caldwell, you're helping out. Is there something we would need to formalize?
so if we did a declaration, then the city of Caldwell has, it was a planning partner in the emergency operations plan, and that's going to be due to be renewed here soon. So when that happens, I know this is how it was, and so please correct me if I'm wrong. I may not be correct on this, but last I knew, that was the emergency operations plan for the city of Caldwell. Unless they have gone ahead and put something together on their own, they've adopted the county plan, so that's what they would follow. And it does state in there that I would assist you.
As long as it's formalized and we have
Sure.
all those, I just wanna make sure that is in place. So,
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Any other questions? So, as you were talking, a couple of things jogged in my mind. Has any city ever done, and it'd be something I think we should probably look into, you mentioned about the 72-hour kit.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we have, because I thought of, when you said diapers, I thought of my 72-hour kit at home, which probably has diapers in it, and I haven't had a kit in diapers for probably 7 years, which shows how long it's been since we've updated ours.
Yeah.
But it could be neat to do some type of a community program or community day where you come in and you get donations maybe, and come in and your community can create their own 72-hour kit. Have, some donations of bags and different things that would be in that. Has the city ever done anything like that, or would that be something
To
that
my
would be-
knowledge, they have not, and, I'm more than happy to help organize something like that, whether, it's getting the word out there. I know that, there are places that do donations, but I don't think that anybody has done anything like that, putting together 72-hour kits. I know that there are a couple other cities that are more west of here that, they're a little bit more prepared than some others, and that's only because they know that resources are gonna be at least 20 minutes out. You know, it's not like here where, you know, fire department's just right down the block here. So, I think it just depends on the community. There are some that, contact me. I get contacted by churches as well to do presentations as to what should be in a 72-hour kit. FEMA does have, pamphlets on that type of stuff and what you should need or what you should consider when it comes to that, because, you know, obviously food and water. But yes, nobody's done anything like that.
Yeah, that might be neat to look into.
Yeah, I'd be
Okay.
more than happy to assist with that, absolutely.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time being here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our next and final special presentation, regarding sister cities, I think Mr. Yes Jenkins. So, we give the credit to Councilor Stoddard, had been asking about the potential of a sister city, so I know there was some research done and some different opportunities. So there's kind of, maybe I'll kick this off if that's okay. So the Sister Cities International was looked into, and that is kind of more of an international type of a deal where, you know, looking at Seoul, Korea, or, you know, in wherever it may be across the world. And I think and so we looked into that. It was where it kind of started, but it narrowed down. I think more we're looking national, like maybe a cities within the U.S. rather than one down in Mexico or Canada or sit on the other side of the globe that actually maybe we could coordinate with, things like that. This one, it seems more like if you're doing in conjunction with like schools to have like exchange students and things like that is kind of what the Sister Cities International does. But looked into that, and then we got into more detail of locally as well. So I know Steve was instrumental in that, as well as Brian Kita, and appreciate the work and effort that they gave into it. So with that, that's all you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Stephen Jenkins, Economic Development Director, City of Caldwell. And as the Mayor was saying, Brian Kita was integral in getting this presentation going. Thank you for mentioning his name, and also you, Mayor, and Councilor Stoddard, thank you for bringing this up so that we can investigate this opportunity further. But Sister Cities International, as the Mayor was saying, was essentially it involves sister cities, counties, states that correspond with other outside countries. So it'd be the state of Idaho or the city of Caldwell. We would have a sister city, perhaps in Nassau, Bahamas, which I'd recommend, or another place, right, that maybe is a little warmer. So those are some options to consider. And the whole idea behind that, I'll go ahead and jump into this presentation so I don't get too far ahead of myself here. Manuals, just click in here. Oh yeah. All right, so we can thank President Eisenhower in 1956 for bringing this great organization to the forefront of our attention, and really he was trying to foster relationships and build common knowledge across national or international lines, and ultimately would help share best practices and increase trade and commerce, help to learn about other cultures, those types of things. That was really the focal point of why this organization was created. And really the operative word here is international. So this would be the city of Caldwell's intent to have an international relationship with another city. And just to get a little further into that, essentially what it is they want to promote peace through mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation, one individual and community at a time. Essentially, this is just exposure to other cities or other cities across the world. Charleston, South Carolina is a good example of this. They actually they have a sister city with a city in Italy, and therefore they have an event that is focused on that Italian heritage that's based there. So they get a lot of commerce that comes into the city, folks that visit from Italy to Charleston and vice versa. So there's a lot of that interaction going on. But really it's as far as you'd like to take it as a city and as leadership here in the city of Caldwell as far as that relationship goes with that international community. So what Sister City does, this pertains primarily to the organization. It is the membership. They have programs that are associated with it. They have exchanges. They have summits, conferences, events. Some are nationally based, some are internationally based. So there's plenty of options there. I actually had a chance to call the Washington, D.C. office, and I learned that actually the representative, I wrote this down, but she said sometimes they're just exchanges, sometimes they're professional exchanges, they're medical exchanges, sometimes it's humanitarian systems, and other times it's economic development. But it all starts with building a relationship. And I thought that was critical to really the program and the values and the tenets that are associated with Sister Cities International. U.S. membership, you can see that we're in the 50,000 to 100,000 population range, so we'd be about $810 annually for the cost to subscribe to this membership here. And just kind of showcases some of the benefits. Talks a little bit about some of the art showcases, different conferences, different summits, as I mentioned. Global membership, this refers to the notion of visas. So this student here pictured is from another country visiting a U.S. state and on a visa, and this membership with Sister Cities allows for those communications to happen. It also involves a marketplace, so it exposes the city of Caldwell to an international marketplace where we have a profile and other cities can connect with us through that marketplace. And I talked a little bit about the summit. South Africa doesn't sound too bad either. So there's a picture of it there. There's a couple of events that are available to attend. So as I get into the U.S. city to U.S. city component of this presentation, use this kind of as a backdrop to the information that I'll share that's forthcoming to this presentation. Really, what I'd like to do is just talk a little bit now about how we can create a domestic partnership here in the United States. So I have a few cities that I want to highlight that I think we could really lean on to allow for best practices and more communication from city to city. So I want to start off with Caldwell, Idaho. So I just want to give you guys an idea as I'm talking about these cities. I want to get you up to date with the statistics relative to our community. So as I'm talking about these other communities, you understand that where Caldwell is at as we're referring to these other cities. So Southwest Idaho. Population is 74,087 according to the U.S. Census here in 2024. We do have the Caldwell Executive Airport. No commercial flights. It's a reliever for Boise. We have FBO operations there. So yeah, it's a great growing airport. We have Destination Caldwell. They're a nonprofit here in town. They are interested in growing tourism. They are looking to bridge the gap between downtown and Sunny Slope and expand Caldwell's footprint across the state and across the region. So we're excited for them. They're a 501c3, which is more of a charitable orientation as opposed to a business orientation like a 501c6 would be. And then additional Caldwell facts, we're growing at a rate annually of about 5.2%. Our growth rate since 2020 is 22.49%, which is pretty dramatic. Household income is $66,922. Median age is 29.9, and we're about 28 minutes to Boise. So we're very close to, obviously, a nearby metro here. And then rate of ownership is very high, it's 67%, and we're also the 4th largest city in the state of Idaho. So first potential domestic partner is Williston, North Dakota. And I have to say up front that I had to call Ann Cavande. She's the Economic Development Coordinator with the City of Williston, just to get some up-to-date information. Sometimes when you look at the census, you don't have a clear idea of what the city represents, and you're just looking at statistics, so it's hard to determine where the city might stand. So she gave me some good insights, and I'll mention that as I go through their metrics here. So getting to know Williston, they're in northwest North Dakota. Looks cold this time of year. And you can see Williston as it relates to the state and the orientation that it has within the state of North Dakota. And then population growth. So they grew quite a bit before the last census, and they've declined since that point, since 2020. The population as it relates to the census is, states that it's 22,230 people. And Ann, she mentioned during my call with her that they're closer to 30,000 is what she's saying. So just have that in the back of your mind. They're a small town with a reasonably big airport. They actually have United Airlines, Delta Airlines, and another moderately sized airline provider. They have fixed base operations as well, like we do here in Caldwell. They're interested in boosting their tourism. They have the Williston Downtowners. That's a downtown association. They are a 501c6 orientation for their downtown. So very similar to Destination Caldwell from the standpoint of promoting activities and events. So this is where I really need to lean on Ann's expertise. Their growth rate was showing a decline of negative 6.66, but she was saying that they actually have an increase. And what happened was they had an oil boom, and after the oil boom kind of settled down, they started seeing a reduction in their population, but it's since risen from that point. So they're a little shy of 1%. The growth rate since 2020 is negative 24%. Household income is really high, it's $99,000. Median age is very close to ours, they're right at 30. And as I was talking to her about nearby metros, and she was laughing, she was like, you know, we don't have too many nearby metros in North Dakota. So they are 2 hours away from Minot, North Dakota, and then 6 hours and 8 minutes to Fargo, North Dakota. So the rate of home ownership is 45%. They are the 8th largest city in the state. But if you consider the 30,000 population, they're actually the 5th largest city. So they're very close to our configuration as it relates to the size within the state of Idaho and the state of North Dakota. And then they're home to Williston State College, has about 1,000 students roughly. And then they have parking enforcement downtown. They have 90-minute zones, 3-hour zones, 10-minute zones. And she even talked to me a little bit about the future of their parking, so very similar to what we're doing here. Potential domestic partner also is Rapid City, South Dakota. This is the second city that I want you to take note of. And Rapid City, most of you are familiar with them. We took Rapid City as a model to implement our downtown and our plaza. So you can see the ice skating in the background there. I didn't go personally, but we had some city staff years ago that had gone, and actually we had a representative, Roger Brooks, that came in and spoke, and he had worked closely with Rapid City to help revitalize their community. So we took a lot of notes from them and used them as a template for how we evolved as a downtown. So getting to know Rapid City, that we're in Southwest Idaho, they're in Southwest South Dakota. And here's a map of their downtown and their city makeup. And their population is pretty similar to ours. They're right at 81,962. They have a downtown plaza as we do, and they have a tourism company that's a 501c3 like Destination Caldwell. They have a BID. They have very similar orientation from the standpoint of that group works on events and helps to broaden the scope of Rapid City as it relates to the entire state being a true destination for the state. So their growth rate is 2.47% annually. They've grown 10.24% since 2020. They're the second largest city in South Dakota. Household income is $81,183. Remember, ours is right around $67,000. They are a little more isolated than we are. They're 4 hours and 45 minutes from Sioux Falls, which is on the eastern side of the state, and they're 2 hours and 37 minutes from Pierre and about 30 minutes away from Mount Rushmore. They have a city-owned parking garage. They have paid parking downtown. Their home ownership rate is very close to ours. Ours is 67%. Theirs is 68%. Median age is 38. And they have some attractions within their community as well. And the last city that I want to reference during this presentation is Georgetown, Texas. And Georgetown is just outside of Austin, Texas. So you can see they're located in central Texas there. All right, so population similarity. Their population is currently 101,877. Their last census was 68,227. And you might see a pretty dramatic gap from 2020 to 2024. And that's because this city, Georgetown, was actually the fastest growing city in the United States. They have a private liberal arts college at Southwestern University. The enrollment's about 1,500, very similar to College of Idaho, established in 1873. They have an association of downtown businesses. This is the Downtown Georgetown Association. They're a 501c6. We have Destination Caldwell. I would say the main difference is their association is a conglomerate of businesses as opposed to a separate entity like Destination Caldwell would represent for City of Caldwell. So growth rate is 10.54%. They're top in the U.S. and their growth rate since 2020 is 49%. Household income is $102,000. Median age is 44. What I like about this community is they're 30 miles away from Austin, as we're about 28 miles away or 28 minutes away from City of Boise. They're interested in boosting tourism. Home ownership rate is 71%. They do have a wine region, Fredericksburg, Texas, which is 2 hours away from where they're at. But when you go to downtown Georgetown, they actually have wine tasting facilities. They have wine bars and whatnot. So they like to try to bridge the gap between the wine region and what they do in downtown, which is really what we're trying to attempt to do here. And then they have 40 new businesses that opened downtown since 2018. We've had about 35 businesses open since 2018. And with that, actually, you know what? I've got a couple more slides. So Georgetown, Texas, they do have a parking garage that's currently under construction. It was approved for design concepts for downtown parking in January 2023, and it will be completed in the winter of 2024. The estimated cost is $17 million. They have 319 stalls. What I liked is that retail and garage component, which is something that I believe that we're keen to investigate as we move forward in our trajectory of parking for downtown. And then the last slide I have is Mesquite Creek Outfitters. You all might be familiar with this brand here in Caldwell. They located here recently. They have locations in Caldwell and Georgetown, Texas, and another city in Texas as well. They actually have 3 total. And then they built some pickleball courts as well. You might be familiar with that. We built 8 pickleball courts at Luby Park. So they have an active pickleball community. And Brian Kita, again, was the man behind the presentation. So he had to throw that pickleball piece in there because he's an avid pickleball player. But I thought it was a cool connection as well. So I have today Brad Bowden. He's the franchisee for Mesquite Creek Outfitters here in Caldwell. and he would like to share a few words about really the orientation behind Georgetown and Caldwell and the link of the two cities. He had spent a significant amount of time in Georgetown while living there, and thought that some of the comments that he could share could really showcase how Georgetown could be an integral partner for the city of Caldwell. So, come on up. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Mayor, City Council, thank you for giving me a little bit of time. As Stephen just said, Georgetown's a city that's near and dear to our heart over at Mesquite Creek. My name is Brad Bowden. My wife and I own Mesquite Creek Outfitters here in downtown Caldwell. And when it came time for us to look at locations on where to open up our business a couple years ago, back in the fall of 21, Caldwell almost, not quite immediately, but almost immediately jumped out to us as the natural place for us to focus our search. From the times that we would bring our kids here to ice skate, from the times that we would come to dinner and just kind of marvel at all of the really cool buildings and all of that, it became clear that it was a really cool fit for us. And then we started looking at all the numbers, all the stats, everything that Stephen just shared with you, and we were like, oh my goodness, this is a northern version of Georgetown in so many ways. It's growing like crazy. It has a very pro-growth, pro-business sentiment, and we wanted to be a part of that. We wanted to get in and be a part of that. And so I'm not going to give you a complete, rundown of all the numbers that Stephen just gave you guys, but I do want to put a couple of points of emphasis on some things. The square in Georgetown functions much like the plaza here, as that is the heartbeat of the downtown community, where a lot of traffic goes there. And that is what really jumps out at us when we think about the comparison of the two cities. And then the other point that I want to put on that is the population point. So back when my business partners, Brad Stripmatter and Cody Hurd, opened up the original one down in Georgetown, Texas, Georgetown, from a population standpoint, was very similar to where we are in Caldwell now. They were right around 70,000 people back when they opened up the original. And as Stephen just showed, the growth, right? the absolute boom down there that has happened. And I was just on the phone with my brother earlier today. He's like, it's not slowing down anytime soon. There are so many houses going in, right? All of that. And it really, that really stuck out to us. And so our goal when choosing Caldwell, right, was to open our business here, that the similarities between the two cities would help our business to thrive and us to thrive as well. We have built-in relationships with the business community down there, and with the rapid population growth in both areas, that all led us to think that this was the right city for us, and it was just a natural fit for Mesquite Creek Outfitters, and we are eternally grateful for the opportunity to have that relationship with the city of Caldwell, and for our business to be here in this downtown area. And so thank you for your time. And that's from you. Yeah, you good? Yeah.
All right, and that concludes what we have as far as the Sister City discussion goes. I will say just a brief story. I was actually in Pittsburgh, and I had a chance to meet with Jennifer from the city of Georgetown, and we were sharing some details about each community that we represent. Obviously, I was sharing about Caldwell, and she was sharing about Georgetown. She's like, man, we should be sister cities at some point. So she planted that seed probably a year and a half ago. But there are a lot of similarities, I think, between all three communities that we can really pull from, that really makes sense as far as collaborating and sharing ideas, and really that's the emphasis of what we're trying to create here. So a platform for that to occur. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, no, appreciate Councilor Stoddard and bringing that up to have us look to, because I think that's what it's all about, is creating those partnerships. How can we learn from one? I know my dad always told me you're not going to make enough mistakes in your life to learn them all, so learn from other people's. So it gives us a chance, what did they learn as they went through these processes that we can implement here and try to maybe skip some of those issues that they had. So, no, appreciate it. And I hadn't thought about, like, with the international sister city too, where, doing an event like they did was it in Virginia? Similar to
Charleston.
Charleston.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Something like that would be great for Destination Caldwell, for downtown to do something like that too. Could even be a possibility. So, yeah, and Councilor Stoddard, anything you want to say or add, or?
what I thought, the reason behind this is, we can always learn from each other, and that was the purpose of it, whether it's business, recreation, families, whatever. And I thought, I've traveled in my prior life with Simplot. I've traveled all over the United States, Canada, and internationally, and a lot of the cities that were very successful had sister cities, and they just kind of fed off of each other. And I think where we're at with Caldwell would be a great idea to have a sister city, so we could share ideas and make sure that we thrive and grow in the right directions. And that's the reason I brought it up. So
Yeah, no, appreciate
Thanks.
that
Thank you.
very
Appreciate
much
that.
on that. So any questions or comments at all? Any council? Okay, this is not an action item, it's just a presentation to kind of get that going and bring some information. So if, we'll obviously come back, kind of see, which direction the council wants to go, and maybe we do an international one and a local one. It'd kind of be fun to bring
I
in
think
a
we should have to tour them.
Definitely. So I think that would, especially the Nassau Bahamas one, we'll start there and go from that direction. So, okay. But yes, no, appreciate that information. That was terrific. Really do appreciate all the work and effort you and Brian did to bring that forward. And also, Brad, great to have you here too. When you have somebody from one of the cities, it's nice to bring them in with a firsthand experience. So, on that and the growth, I'm guessing the reason they're growing so fast is because of Mesquite Creek Outfitters down there. So, and for here too. So, we appreciate you doing that and all that you do in our downtown and being a great business owner here in our community. Okay, so that is all the special presentations for this evening. There's nobody signed up under audience participation, so that moves us into our consent calendar. And I don't think we have any amendments,
none that
correct?
I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do we have a motion for the approval of the consent calendar?
Moved.
And a second? So we have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of the consent calendar as printed. Any discussion on that motion? And here comes the machine. And with that, the voting is open.
They gotta warm up.
There we go. It's all warmed up, at least for now. So all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that does pass unanimously. So that moves us into old business. We do have just one item under old business to see, well, two items, excuse me. The first is action item for public hearing for the purpose of taking public comment concerning a proposed amended fee schedule for the Caldwell Fire Department. Ray Lynn.
So this one's really, really easy. The fire department notified me that a fee that they have always charged was not on their fee schedule. And so this is not technically a new fee, but since it was not on the fee schedule, and this is the $45 fee for the mobile food truck inspection. It's proposed as a new fee, but it technically is not. They've always been charging it, but because it was not on the fee schedule, we did notice it like it was a new fee. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I see that we do have Chief Shoup and Chief Perry here, so if there are any questions, I'm sure they'd be able to answer those. Does council have any questions for Ray Lynn or? All right, okay, looks like you're good. Thank you so much. And there is nobody signed up in neutral, in support, or against this, so I would ask for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
Second.
So the motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. That would move us into then action item number 2, which is to approve this resolution adopting this revised fee schedule for the Caldwell Fire Department.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Doty.
make a motion that we approve the resolution adopting the revised fee schedule for the fire department.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval and adoption of this resolution. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is open. Those buttons are warming up fast now. So we've got all votes cast, so that closing the voting, and that passes unanimously. And that moves us into new business. New business action item number 1 is a quasi judicial public hearing. This is for case number ANN 23-15, CPM 23-10, and sub 23-33, which means this is a request for an annexation, comprehensive plan map amendment, and a residential subdivision. With that, it looks like, Katie, is this you? Okay, I'll turn the time over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Before you is Midland Meadows, ANN 2313, CPM 2310, and SUB 2333. The project location is an 80.9 acre site located north of the lower 5 Mile Drain and west of Midland Boulevard. The site has frontage along Midland Boulevard and Lincoln Road. The project site is currently surrounded by agricultural land and single-family homes all the way around. The applicant's proposing parcel R34118 be annexed into the city with an initial zoning of R1 low-density residential shown with the dotted red line. The applicant's also requesting a comprehensive plan amendment to include north of Lincoln Road of parcel R34118 in the boundaries of Caldwell's future land use map with the designation of low-density residential, shown shaded in green. And then along with that, the approval of a preliminary plat for a single-family residential subdivision with 242 residential lots and 18 common lots for the entirety of the site, outlined in blue. The southern parcel was annexed into the city in 2008 with no known plan for development. This site has come through for an application in August 2023 with a split zone of R1 and R2. This was denied due to the R2 zoning and density. That proposal had 24 more lots, which were also smaller than the plan they're bringing forward today. Tonight's request consists of the applicant's proposal for annexation of the northern parcel with the initial zoning of R1, while also keeping the lower parcel zoned R1. The zoning surrounding this parcel is county to the north, R1 to the south, residential estates and county to the east, and R1 and county to the west. The southern parcel and the lower half of the northern parcel are designated as low-density residential. The applicant is requesting that the northern portion above Lincoln Road be added to the comp plan map boundary with the future designation of low-density residential. The proposed comp plan designation in the development is low-density residential and is consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan. The proposed densities are in compliance with the comprehensive plan, being 3 dwelling units per acre. Low-density residential is suitable for single-family residential neighborhoods to include churches, schools, neighborhood parks, public facilities, and essential public utilities. The proposed development is surrounded by county to the north, low-density residential to the south, residential estate to the east, and low-density residential, high-density residential, and manufacturing and production to the west. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide comments. The only agencies that had concerns were the Highway District Number 4. Highway District Number 4 had specific conditions they wished to be added to the development if approved. You may notice a formal memo was not included from Chief Perry, but there is an email included in there from the fire department with approval in an email format. At this time, we have not received any public comments. The site-specific conditions are as follows. The lot sizes shall not be reduced by more than 10% that is allowed within Caldwell City Code 100203, as long as the development shall never exceed 3 dwelling units per acre. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission requested the following conditions be added. The applicant shall provide an updated and corrected TIS to Caldwell Engineering Department prior to being heard by City Council. Staff requests that this be removed due to all errors being corrected in the TIS. And the applicant shall not pull any building permits until Idaho Transportation Department puts a traffic light at Midland Boulevard and Highway 2026, which may include a temporary traffic light installed by the developer. Staff also recommends that changing this to from building permits to certificate of occupancies still meets the original intent of not increasing traffic, yet granting the applicant more time to meet this condition. The Commission recommended approval on January 10th of the request, subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And staff recommends that if the Council approves the request, that such requests are subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision, as well as modified in this presentation. And I stand for questions.
Thank you so much, Katie. Appreciate it. Any questions from Council?
Mayor.
Yes, Councilor
Just
Register.
quickly, is this Valley View or is this a different school district?
I believe Sorry, let me pull that up real quick.
It should be Valley View School District.
I believe that it is Valley View.
I wasn't sure how far north it was.
Yeah.
Let me see if they had any specific comment for you.
I didn't see anything in the packet, but I was wondering if they sent anything in.
Mayor and council register, recently there have been some that they haven't been submitting for, so that could be the case as well.
And the web map does indicate it as Valley View School
Mhm.
District, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, Counselor Doty, do you have a question?
So you mentioned something about a temporary light and then talking with ITD about a permanent light. So I just want clarification. So if ITD says, yeah, we'll put a light in there in 5 years, are we gonna have a temporary light set up there for 5 years? And how would that work? And what does ITD have to say about that?
So Mayor and Councilor Doty, I'm sure Rob can touch on this a little bit more, but based on the discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission, my understanding was that the future plan does show a permanent light at that intersection, but there is the possibility for a developer to put in a temporary light in the interim, but Rob can touch on that if he has more to add.
Mr. McDonald?
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Doty. The discussion that we had was they cannot have citizens living in those houses until there is a traffic signal at Midland in 2026. ITD is in the process of building that signal, but it could be a year or two out. We don't know exactly when it's going to be operational. If for some reason ITD delayed and the development wanted to move forward, then it would be their responsibility and obligation to coordinate with ITD and potentially get a signal up sooner, which could be a temporary signal or help fund ITD's signal to get it constructed sooner. The point that we're simply making is that we cannot have traffic going down and using that intersection until there's a traffic light there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions for staff this time? Oh, yes, Councilor Williams.
Rob, just to follow up while you've got the mic, there's a graph with several proposed intersection mitigation summary, and it looks like it was put forward by the developer's engineers, so maybe they could answer this better, but while you've got the mic there, are we intending to follow all of those mitigation recommendations? As I recall, 6 months ago, we were looking at another development that I believe we denied, and one of our concerns was exactly this, the traffic on Midland in 2026. And so the signal is a big deal to me. It's a crazy intersection, but what about the rest of this? Are you aware of this?
Yeah, I have the traffic impact study in front of me. I'm not sure which graph you're referring to. The study is fairly comprehensive, and it looks at current conditions, future conditions without the development, and then future conditions with the development. And it tells you where the situation is now. Even without the development, there are intersections out in that area that are lacking in improvements. But then with the development coming in, it shows what those additional stresses are going to be on those intersections. The two main intersections that are of concern are Midland in 2026, and then also the intersection of Lincoln and Middleton. Lincoln and Middleton is currently not as severe as Midland in 2026, and there are plans in the future through other developments over along Middleton Road to construct a roundabout at that Lincoln and Middleton intersection. And so some of these items may be being addressed by other developments, but if you have a specific question about what chart you're looking at, I can try to give you better direction.
Page 475 in the packet, and referencing Lincoln and Middleton, there's a northbound left turn and a southbound right turn. Lincoln and Middleton, again, it mentions a southbound left turn. I'm just wondering where all this fits into what you have looked at and agreed to as well for traffic mitigation.
Okay, can you pull it up the map with the streets so we can see?
Mayor, Councilor, is that the correct one? Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams, I have that in front of me, so you can see right there where it says mitigation for 2023 existing traffic, those are the deficiencies that the system currently has with the existing traffic. And so there was a misunderstanding in the planning and zoning meeting that those items there, it was misunderstood that those items there were not existing, but it's saying that there's, for example, under number 6, there's a traffic signal. But really what that's calling out for is that with the current conditions, there should be a traffic signal at Midland Boulevard and US 2026. For that reason, ITD, when they did their corridor study, that's why they're proposing to put a traffic signal there, because 2026 is a state route and they know that a traffic signal is warranted at that location. Some of these other locations, Lincoln and Middleton Road, southbound left-hand turn lane, Lincoln and Middleton Road, northbound left turn lane onto the North Lincoln Road. And so there are other improvements there that are warranted at this time. And so the intent is as other developments come in over in that area and as they start doing improvements on Middleton Road at that location, that they would be improving that intersection. This development does exceed the threshold for traffic mitigation. So in addition to the improvements that they're doing along their frontages and the utilities that they're pulling to the site, they are also contributing mitigation that can be used at any one of these intersections. Does that answer your question?
I think so. My concern as I went through the packet was, will one of the conditions be to meet all of these needs so that there is mitigation? And if not, are we aware of them so that we're prepared to meet them? Because if we're not, and we're already aware of them, then essentially approving this project is to say, we're good with this even though we know we're not going to meet these needs that were stated in our packet as necessary.
And if I can just respond to that, we are aware of these needs, especially on Middleton Road. Middleton Road has a lot of needs. And so this is looking at the kind of the whole area, and you can't levy all of these improvements on one development. We try to spread it out so all the developments in that area are contributing to those needs. And so that's what we try to do to the best of our ability.
I agree, and not to be argumentative, but one of the decisions we make is, are we keeping up with infrastructure for these developments, or is it going to create a hazard or a problem for our community if we move too quickly? And so that's the reason for the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. Yeah, and so just real quick, sorry, Councilor Rohde. So on this map, just so everybody's aware, US 2026 is just barely off of it. It'd be about 50 feet south of there. So if you're wondering how far further down, literally would be just about 50 feet south of there is where 2026 would be. Councilor Doty?
Just to follow up on Councilor Williams, so I guess the issue is if we don't approve developments out in this area, is there a plan for the city to relieve the mitigation or the issues in these intersections as pointed out? Is that kind of,
if we do?
No, if we don't, then who is? So what I'm getting from Mr. McDonald is all the developments help with this traffic mitigation, correct? But if we don't put in developments, then is the city prepared to relieve the traffic in that area, and how long would that be before we would technically allow developments to come in? And I think that's the dilemma, is we need the developments to develop it, but if the city can't or doesn't, or it's not in line for several years, then that's the dilemma we're facing, I think.
Yeah, and if I could, Councilman Doty, you bring up a good point. The city doesn't have the funding to go build roads, and I think we know that. And so a lot of our road infrastructure and intersection improvements are borne by the backs of developers. And so as development comes in, we receive the funding to be able to make these improvements. If development didn't come in up there, it would be very, very difficult for the city to put together the funds to go in and build a roundabout or do some major road project up in that area.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a request on behalf of the applicant. They let me know that John Brecken will be the applicant who will be presenting for the 10 minutes, but that, I apologize, Preston Rudder uses his 3 minutes coinciding with that and passes up his public comment 3 minutes.
So say that one more. So John's going to be the main with the 10 minutes.
Yes, and then Preston wants to move his 3 minutes to prior to the public testimony portion and just go right off the 10 minutes, piggyback right off there. So it's a total of 13, but it's
Don's doing the 10, and then
Preston's
Preston's coming in right
3
after with his
minutes.
3 minutes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Thank you.
I think I thought at first when we were asking for the 3 to go to John, so I could say, yeah, we can't do that, but we can definitely go from one right to the other,
I
so.
know, I tried to explain it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, you're good. So, and then just so I have this down, so we'll start with John and Preston, and then I got Mary and Taylor also that are gonna speak, is that correct? Is there any order on who wants to go after Preston? I'll speak if necessary. Okay, so we'll go to Taylor, and then Mary will be the clean up Taylor's mess after that, so. Okay, very good. So yes, Mr. Brecken, if you please come forward, and if you could state your name and address for the record, and we do ask you, so you will be allotted 10 minutes for your testimony. And I will give you a 2-minute heads up and then a 1 minute on that. We would ask you to please do, honor that 10 minutes, so, okay, the time is yours.
Mr. Mayor, John Brecken, Brecken Land Design, 6661 North Glenwood Street in Garden City. And we're glad to be back and we've reworked the plan as was requested. Previously, we had a higher density, and we're asking for a zone change, and so we've dialed that back to keep with in line with the zoning. And so we're down to 242 lots, and
do you mind pulling that up just a little bit closer so we can hear you a little bit better?
oh, I'm sorry. There you go.
Thank you.
Here's overview map, kind of show you where the site is. You can see those major roadways that were just talked about, Highway 2026 to the south, and Midland on the east side, and then Lincoln Road comes through the middle of that north parcel that we would like to annex. Here are some elevations of what the homes look like we'd like to build. These are intended to be a stepped up type home that's not an entry level home. So they are a little bit larger, offer some 3-car garage options, and would fit within the context of this development. You'll see on the site plan that I show here in just a minute that we have a lot of pathways and a lot of open space. There's about 1.7 miles of pathway that go all the way around and also through various areas of the site. The intent of this design is to provide ample open space and amenities, and really the pathways are one of the biggest amenities of the development. We also have some pickleball courts as well as play structure. And here's the overall plan. You'll see there's quite a little bit of detail here, broken down, tells the lot sizes, the percentages of those, number of those lots. You'll see that we have 9.5 acres of open space, which gives us about 12.5% versus the requirement for 6%. You can see there's a 20-foot landscape buffer with a pathway that goes all the way around the exterior of the property, and then it also weaves its way through the center of the development. One of the unique features here is that 90% of these lots back up to open space. So there's only a few, there's 10% that, I think there's 26 of them that are back to back or share a back fence. We've reworked this plan to make sure that it meets requirements of the fire marshal. And we are in line with the 3 units per acre, as well as, and so part of being able to do that, there's a area in the code that allows a 10% lot size reduction for a portion of those lots. One item I want to point out here, this came up during P&Z. There's a couple of neighbors. There's Roy Kapika to the northwest, who farms that, and this relates to the gravity irrigation. And then also Mr. Kafka to the southeast. I think I got those right. Anyway, they are our neighbors, and will be, they take gravity irrigation water from the delivery point to the southeast, and we certainly will continue to provide that water to them so that they're not cut off in any way. You can see a line that kind of zigzags through that open space, a red line, and that is the proposed location for that gravity line to continue that delivery of the water. Oh, I'm jumping ahead. You're up.
And if you could just state your name and address for the record.
You bet. Preston Rudder, 251 East, Boise, on Front Street with the land use law firm Clark Wardle. And thanks for letting us share 13 minutes, Mayor. If you can indulge me for a second, on January 19th, I was driving to work when all of a sudden an NPR segment came on. It talked about a mayor in the fastest growing city in Idaho who was going to give a spiel, and I thought it was Boise State Public Radio. It was the national broadcast. And Mayor, you may remember in that segment, you said that transportation is huge.
Mm-hmm.
And also that you wanted to be a welcoming city and have a down home feel, and regardless of population size. And I think you can achieve all those policy objectives with this development. I do want to address some of the, and primarily focus on the traffic. I'm going to see if I can navigate here. All right. What you see here is an ITD graphic. What I've highlighted in orange is the corridor at we're talking about from Middleton to Star. If you can focus with me here, there's some dotted orange circles along Highway 20 and 26. The first one there is Middleton. The second one going farther east is Midland. This is ITD talking to us, wanting to put in signals. I talked with Jeff Nettleton yesterday, had a wonderful conversation. He is the guy to talk to over this project. He's ITD's project manager. So if there's anyone you need to talk to, it's him. We had a very good, thorough conversation. I wanted to get my arms wrapped around this a little bit more. And right now, right-of-way acquisition is all in progress along this whole stretch. And they have appraisals that are ready. They're just waiting on offers. That's all in motion. Here's the timeline that Mr. Nettleton ITD gave me. As you can see, right now in 2024, this east and west package, splitting it up in half pretty much, is underway. East construction is anticipated to start later this year. It might be a little quicker to get the right-of-way offers. The west construction is anticipated for beginning of next year. That's our corridor. It may even come sooner if the right-of-way applications and offers come through faster. And he's telling me, fast-forwarding the spring 2026, it is ITD's plan to have a signal at the Midland State Highway intersection. That's in writing in about 30 places I could point you to. That is their goal and their plan. And I do want to point out, recently Caldwell adopted the CATS plan, the Caldwell Area Transportation System Plan. In there, it has a priority chart, and the signal that's going to be put in at Midland and Highway 2026 had a priority score of 10. Now, compare that to the whole widening of that corridor. As you know, it's 7 lanes. I was there this morning during peak AM traffic, and Middleton intersection is underway. They had dozens of trucks, dozens of workers. They are cooking out there. The priority score for that whole section is only 9. So they have a higher priority score for the signal at this Midland intersection than the entire widening of the highway. That speaks volumes, I think, as to their commitment to put this signal in. It's not going to get shoved under the rug or anything. Let's compare it to our timeline for this development. again, using the same years. We would anticipate with approval tonight, we're really down to just conditioning, kind of nailing down what those conditions will be. Going through design and review, spring and summer of this year, later this year, going horizontal with construction. That bleeds over into 25, with the anticipated vertical construction late 25. Fast forward to 26, spring, that would be when we get certificate of occupancy. I want you to focus on this slide. This is the overlay of both time, pardon me, so this still works. This is the overlap of our development's timeline with ITD's. And I just want to show just how lockstep we are here. We are in the preliminary horizontal stage, just like ITD. They're going horizontal right now with all the infrastructure and the roads. 2025, same thing. By the time we would be ready to request certificate of occupancy, which would be just for the phase one, it's not the whole development's coming in all at once. It'd just be a gradual 25% of the lots. That is exactly the time ITD says we're ready to rock and roll with the signal. That's what they are marching towards with a priority 10 score. So there is substantial overlap here with our development timeline as well as ITD's. I may have broken it.
I was thinking I might have fixed it, to be honest,
Okay.
but.
All right. So with that being said, it would be appropriate, given how lockstep we are with ITD, that this condition 31, which staff graciously talked on about modifying 31, and I think that's where we're at tonight, is just drilling down some details on those final touches of the conditions. And for reasons I've said tonight, it would be appropriate and warranted to modify and perhaps even remove it. For the reasons I've said, the traffic impact won't be felt until 2026. The whole area, all the travel corridors are going to be really kind of torn up and under construction regardless. So the whole area is under construction. Why not dovetail with that and reduce prolonging construction in this area? Might as well get two birds with one stone. Allow this development to go horizontal more quickly. The language as drafted with building permits probably prevented us from doing that, so we're grateful that staff's on board to modify this condition. Again, we're substantially overlapped with ITD, and we would be ready to go potentially by that 2026. And we're kind of in the same business, ITD and developer, we're in construction. So some may say, well, what if ITD is delayed in their project, right? You know, how many times has a construction project always been right on time? But we're in the same industry, so any delay they might experience, we're probably in the same boat. So we're kind of riding in the same waters with ITD. And for that reason, we feel like we would land at the same time on this intersection.
You just have just over a minute, just so you know.
All right.
Okay.
I'll stand for questions, and if there are any technical engineering ones, we have our team here ready to address them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
You touched briefly on phases. Is this broke up into phases, and how many?
Yes, there'll be 4 phases in this project.
Is it kind of like a phase a year kind of situation? Is that what we're?
About 18 months we're anticipating, yeah, per phase.
Okay. And then you were mentioning condition 31.
Mm-hmm.
Would you tell me what that is?
Yes, if you want to look up here, right here in the box, staff, Katie had highlighted this with a red line through it, and that language would be building permits. Our request here to refine this is change it to certificate of occupancy. It makes sense. It's going to reduce the amount of time construction's in this area, and that's the 31 that we wanted to bring to your attention. That's really it, yeah.
So you're good with no certificates of occupancy until proper traffic mitigation is done?
Correct. Because of the conversation with ITD, we were given that assurance that we could reasonably rely on that. ITD is going to be landing about when we're ready to land. So for that reason, modifying this as certificate of occupancy makes perfect sense for us. I will add this. I mentioned the Middleton intersection that's really under construction, and they're doing a lot of work there right now. On the northwest corner of that, the city of Middleton ran into a similar situation you're facing tonight. What they did is they conditioned that, hey, we want this intersection to be complete for your development, but we'll allow it on the third phase, rather than have it all done before even phase one is ready. And we obviously would look to that as persuasive precedents, from a neighboring jurisdiction. If we could get maybe a phase or two before that signal has to be put in, that would be something we would entertain your deliberation on. But we do have that very right there in our neighborhood of this development at Middleton, where they conditioned it on the third phase.
Yes, Councilor Stoddard?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, first of all, just through experience, I wouldn't put too much weight on what ITD does or doesn't do based on the experiences we've had. But second question I had was, I noticed one of the pathways was real close to the canal, and maybe Director Collins can answer this question. Is there any restrictions on a barrier between the pathway and the canal itself?
I'll defer to John.
Yeah. We typically, we'd have a fence at that location.
And how high would be the fence?
6 feet.
6 feet, okay.
Yes.
All right, good, thank you.
Any other questions from council at this time?
Sorry, I couldn't get it to work.
We got it. Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Merrill, would you like to take your 3 minutes? If you could state your name and address, and then you will, as mentioned, have 3 minutes for your testimony.
My name is Taylor Merrill. I'm with the West Park Company, representing the development of this. My address is P.O. Box 344, Meridian, Idaho 83680. It's kind of flattering, you guys, this community feel that's out here, and the presentations, the special presentations that came before us. And what was that the teen dating, did she say 4,700 kids? I think she did.
I can't remember, but I
No,
know from,
an amazing amount. If she's impacting 47 kids, let alone several thousand, that's phenomenal. Not to mention what the Harley guys are doing and whatnot, but there is a community feel here. We compliment you on that, and it's a reason to participate. We've been doing business with Caldwell for a long time, and a lot of projects, and it's been rewarding on both ways. The relationships that's been established with engineering staff working through them, it's always been appreciated by us, and we appreciate those efforts. Consistent with what these guys said, the timing of this, we're both mitigating the traffic and causing the traffic, but it's the chicken and the egg, as Commissioner Allgood said a bit, that, or it was Commissioner Dodd, excuse me, that, we're creating it, but we need to resolve it, so to speak. But we do feel comfortable with the time frame, and also in the market that we're trying to appeal to, in the fact that we can't be going through roadblocks to get this thing to happen. But we would like to be able to have the project started. There's a design period of time, and if we can get started with this, the impact of this through 4 phases over, say, 6 to 7 to 8 years, depending at build out. But we would like to take advantage or not be restricted by that proposed condition by planning and zoning, but yet to appreciate that condition because of both of the safety factor of the traffic situation, but also the marketing which creates it all, so to speak, or the success of that. We're trying to do something a little bit better out there, as maybe you've experienced with some other projects. 70% of the current market is smaller, tighter, denser than what we're proposing here. And to have this in an R1 zoning works well for this development. As John said, the average lot size in here is 8,400 square feet, and 90% of these lots have open space in the back of them, trail space or open space. And just to that, the opportunity that we have to be in this city, we look forward to it. We look forward to working with engineering on this. You think, as we go through it, it's one thing to get through city council. it's a whole different one to get through the conditions that we've discussed today, whether it's traffic or the other utilities. But we look forward to doing that. I think we've got resolution to them, or at least reason to pursue that. And thanks for the opportunity to be here tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all staying within your time limit as well. That's appreciated. Any questions for Taylor before he gets too comfortable sitting down? Okay, very good. Okay, excellent. So that is Mary, did you? Okay, very good. So we do have one person signed up in neutral, and I believe his name was mentioned earlier as a property owner to the south. Bob, is it Kafka?
Kafka.
Okay, very good. Yes, if you'll please come to the microphone, and if you could just restate your name and then your address for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony as well.
Robert Kafka, 20593 Midland Boulevard, Caldwell 83605.
Perfect. Do you mind maybe pulling up aerial so we kind of see where he's at in conjunction with the request?
I'm the 1 acre estate on the bottom right-hand corner there. We have gotten past the fact that...
Is that it right there?
Yes.
Okay.
We've enjoyed 50 years living in the country, and I guess we will now be urbanized. Sorry about that. We'll lose our view of Squaw Butte, but we can still see the mountains to the east. My problem, my situation is the traffic. As everybody's talked about, I was really happy to hear planning and zoning say that they didn't think there should be a building permit issued until that intersection was signaled, Midland Boulevard and 2026. Right now, there are between 400 and 600 belly dumps come down Midland from 2026 between 7 in the morning and 5 o'clock in the evening, 5 days a week. And I counted traffic the other day. There was about 3,000 total vehicles going up and down the road between Lincoln and 2026. The locals, we all live on country estates right now. None of them use that intersection during certain hours of the day because of the hazards. You could be the second or third one back in line, waiting for the traffic to clear. Somebody could make a bonehead mistake and take you out too. It's happened at that intersection many times. People waiting to get out onto 2026. Somebody does something stupid and it takes out the first 2 or 3 cars in line. And there have been several deaths at that intersection. Locals do not use that intersection. As I said, during certain hours of the day, we go down Lincoln to the east to Mason Road. You can access 2026 very safely from Mason Road, where you can't from Middleton. Those 400 to 600 belly dumps that come down Midland Boulevard every day, northbound from 2026, they all exit at Lincoln and Middleton. And we use that intersection when I come to pick my wife up from work in the evening, and when she goes to work in the morning. We use that intersection because it's safer, although they do have accidents there. So I would really hope, and I like Mr. Static's comment about ITD. They do a wonderful job. They do a wonderful job of keeping traffic moving through their construction zones. I appreciate them, but they are always late, a year or two on what they expect to happen. They're not going to have that section from I-84 to Middleton done. I doubt they'll finish it this year. And I don't know how long they're going to be on that intersection at Middleton in 2026, but I don't have any great hopes for getting a signal in at Midland in 2026 for at least 2 or 3 years. So I would hope that the advent of more traffic because of construction in this development, I would hope that it would not happen until we have a signal to that intersection. Okay? That's my comments.
Very good. Appreciate you coming down. Is there any questions from council? Okay, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. As I mentioned, Bob is the only one signed up in neutral. There is nobody signed up in opposition, so John, are you gonna do the rebuttal on that? Okay.
John Brecken, 6661 North Glenwood Street, Garden City. So I do have a phasing plan in there. If we wanted to pull that up, someone was asking about phasing, we could bring that up if so desired, just for reference. But I think just to reiterate and rebuttal, I think where we can meet in the middle here is that these improvements do need to occur. The light at 2026 and Middleton Road, there's no argument there, and based on what we've presented for timing, that can happen by making the adjustment to that item 31 and allowing for construction to proceed for both ITD as well as this development, and such that certificate of occupancy would not be issued until the light goes in. Obviously, nobody's going to be living there until those homes are built and those certificates are issued, and so I see that as a guarantee that the light would go in first. The other things I could share is, we're looking to participate in this with the city. We're dedicating right away. There's a roundabout that's planned at the intersection of Lincoln and Midland, as well as contributing funds for improvements on Middleton Road. And so we would like to be a team player in this effort. And I stand for any other questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this may be a two-part question that I need Rob's help with. There was talk about a temporary signal, should it be necessary. And Rob, would ITD even allow it? But is that something you're open to if we're forced into it? Because we're gonna end up being in one of those situations where we need extensions and other things. If you get 25% built and they're 2 years behind, and you're going to want to occupy those houses, and it's going to put you back on phase two because you're not going to until that signal's in. And so I'm just wondering, are you even open to a temporary signal if it would be allowed? And I'm not even sure it would be.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams, yes, we're definitely open to that and understand the issues with ITD and their timing. Those are some things we'll just need to work with. I believe if we pull back up that item 31, it was an allocation for a temporary light at the cost of the developer, and so yes, that would be acceptable.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Doe.
Just want to follow up on Councilor Williams. I still want to hear from Rob whether ITD would say it's okay. Just because we say it's okay doesn't mean state will.
They don't listen to us and do what we say at ITD?
Thank you. I'm not very good at speaking for ITD, but my guess is that in my experience, my guess is that if it came to that situation, instead of putting a temporary light in or ITD allowing that, ITD would probably would rather have those funds be contributed to the traffic signal and have that portion of the project expedited. That's what I see as probably more realistic.
Did you have a follow-up or any other?
Right now.
Trying to see who looks like they're waiting to. We're gonna have lights in the future. It should be nice so you can turn your light on when you have a question. Councilor Richard, do you have a?
I guess I'm just trying to sort it through or think it through too. So if you have to have a light before you can occupy, and ITD won't let a temporary light, but they'll take your money, let's just say, then are you guys willing to, then you have to wait, right? Until the light, like one way or another, a light has to be there.
I just want to be clear. I'm not speaking, I don't know if ITD would allow one or not.
I'm
That's
trying
a
to,
discussion, that's the responsibility of the developer to figure that out with ITD. That's not the city's responsibility. It's likely that ITD would be able to, ITD tries to work with people. I think that they would try to work with the developer, and if that portion needed to be expedited, ITD may be able to do something like that. But I don't know for sure what ITD is gonna do.
right, so I just want to make sure that the developer knows, though, that if ITD comes up with another plan, if it's not a temporary light, and they come up with some other plan, that you guys have to wait until the light comes in, like, there's no going back at that point.
And Mayor Wagner, council member Register, we will be in very close coordination with ITD. And in talking with Jeff Middleton, I specifically brought up this temporary light and say, what do the logistics of this look like even? How would we go about that? Educate me on it. ITD and Canyon Highway District 4 have joint agency jurisdiction over this. And so they are in close coordination with each other. And he said it'd be really as simple as contacting them and coordinating with the crew. So ITD really, he's implying that there would be a blessing there for it, but there will be some coordination aspect with Canyon Highway District 4. But we would be in very close coordination. At the end of the day, this is a calculated business decision, and they'll proceed forward with reasonable reliance. If ITD is on pace, we'll try to be lockstep with them. If they're slowing down, I think that informs us how we should proceed.
So maybe this is a better question for planning and zoning then. The requirement to put the temporary light in was ours, the city, or who came up with that option?
Mayor and Councilor, one of the commissioners on the P and Z Commission requested that be added.
Okay, so did they do any research before to see if the temporary light was possible, or like, do we have anything set in stone, I mean?
Mayor and Councilor, based on the conversation, I believe it was based off of looking at the TIS and the future requirement for the light to be there. I can't say if there was any background research necessarily.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yes, Counselor, all good.
This question is from Mr. McDonald. It sounds like these roads are having an incredible amount of traffic already with the gravel pit and things that are out there. When the developer contributes to funds to help traffic mitigation, how long down the process is that? I kind of going after what Mr. Kafka said. Even before there's a house up, there's a lot of construction vehicles running up and down the road and using the same roads as the residents. How soon would traffic mitigation start on the Lincoln Road, Middleton Road section that might be helpful? Is there any timeline for that end?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Allgood, the traffic mitigation becomes available as a phase is completed. So when the first phase is completed, the mitigation for that phase is then due to the city. And mitigation generally can be a project that the city identifies, but the developer has they have the option, if the city doesn't identify a specific project, to contribute the funds in lieu of construction, and then the city can apply that to a city project. But the mitigation comes in as the phase is completed. So when they pay all their water and sewer connection fees for that phase, that's when the mitigation is due.
Thank you.
Any other questions for applicant before we close public testimony? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so then with that, I would stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
Second.
Motion from Councilor Allgood and second from Councilor Doty to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. So that moves us into council deliberation. As you all know, while testimony portion is closed, staff is still available if you do have any additional questions regarding any of the items that were covered or anything new in that regard. So, and then any deliberations or any motions from council appropriate at any time.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Williams.
I like the project. I like that we're still having R1 developments coming in. But I'm not willing to approve it unless it includes the occupancy permit only once that signal is in. I don't want any temporary signal nonsense in there. We don't even know how that would go. There's no guarantees. It's a gamble that the developer wants to take, but this is one we'll be seeing, asking for extensions if that signal isn't in, because those houses aren't gonna be occupied. That would be my position, because this is a serious public safety issue with traffic at that intersection already. And so for us to allow this development to go in without addressing it, I think is negligent on our part. And so I'd be in favor of this project with the caveat that no occupancy of permit of occupancy, sorry, Brad's laughing at me.
Smiling.
All of it, until that signal is in, and that would be my position on it.
Okay, any other questions or discussion or comments? You can just say COO is what I say, that way you don't have to worry about that, it makes it really simple and easy. Counselor Dittenberg.
Mr. Mayor, first of all, just a comment and then a question for, maybe Mr. McDonald. Congratulations on the applicant on making the sole issue here a parking light or a traffic mitigation instrument. So, a good job on that. It must have been important enough you had a special slide, number 31. But I think, to Mr. Stoddick's point, the world is governed by if conditions, right? But what if it's not a number 10 today? What if it's a number 5 tomorrow? And what if our esteemed colleague here on the legislature decides to change the priorities for the state transportation department? You're welcome. We could be at a case where one of two things are happening: that you ask for a waiver on your promise, or you're made to put you're made to buy a traffic light. I just want to make sure that if that's the case, the applicant is prepared to pay for a traffic light.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or discussions, questions, or any potential motions?
I would support Councilor Williams and his idea, whether or not the developer will take us up on that or not, but I'm certainly in support of making sure the permanent light is established there.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion. Based upon the testimony and evidence and record in this matter and upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law, I move that CPM 23-10 for a future land use map amendment, ANN 23-15, for annexation of parcel R34118000000 with a zoning designation of low-density residential with a development agreement and SUB 23-33 for a preliminary plat for Midland Meadows subdivision, a single-family residential subdivision, be approved with the conditions as outlined by staff and including no COO? CFO unless and until there is a signal operating at Midland in 2026.
Permanent signal?
Permanent, and clarify, that is a permanent signal, not a temporary. Okay, very good. So that is a motion, for Councilor Williams for approval of the request with the conditions as outlined by staff, and then with the additional condition, clarifying that permanent signal needs to be installed prior to any CFOs being issued, for the development.
Mayor and Councilor, I just want to clarify that that's just a modification of condition 31 and not an additional condition, correct?
Very good. Yep, so that'd be just modifying that 31 to state that.
Thank you.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion for Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor Stoddick. Do I need to delay while the attorney is having a discussion?
Sidebar.
Mayor and Council, my apologies for the interruption there. There was just a potential point of clarification on the motion as to whether or not, so as I understood the motion was to take that condition 31 and have the triggering event be no certificates of occupancy as opposed to building permits.
Correct.
And that the condition predicate was a permanent signal.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you much.
Okay, very good. So yes, we do have that motion from Councilor Williams with a second from Councilor Stoddick. with that clarification on that. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is now open. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously, so that does approve that. And the devil is in the details, and I'm sure our staff will do an excellent job of making sure that it's very clear. Not that you would come back on that, hopefully not, but that don't come back after us if we don't give you a C of O and any of those. So it'll be crystal clear, and our attorneys will make sure on that too. So appreciate that. Okay, so the housekeeping item on this then is the next action item, which is the bill and ordinance for this annexation. So this is for consideration of bill number 51, ordinance number 3545 for annexation 23-15. Do we have a sponsor of that bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
I sponsor bill number 51, ordinance number 3545, and move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. So we have a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Williams for passage and adoption of bill number 51, ordinance number 3545, to request to move for its passage and approve the summary for publication. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is open. All votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion also passes unanimously. That moves us on to action item number 3, which is consider resolution authorizing, thank you so much for being here, appreciate it. You guys have a good night. Thank you. Consider resolution authorizing the execution of a cooperative agreement with ITD, speaking of ITD, for the Karcher Road project. Maybe now Rob will speak on behalf of ITD, for design costs, water and sewer infrastructure using ARPA funds. Mr. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Over the past couple of years, we have been struggling as staff to keep up with all of the ITD projects going on throughout the city. Apparently, the state came into a great windfall of transportation funding, and so now 2026 and the interstate and Karcher are all under construction. As part of this, we have been doing our best to keep up with utilities and other infrastructure that needs to go in before these roads are constructed. Once ITD builds a highway, it's extremely difficult to go in and put a sewer line in or some kind of a water crossing. And so this item is specifically regarding Karcher Road and the ITD project to widen Karcher Road from Middleton Road all the way to Farmway Road, which is the first phase, and then they will be going from Farmway further to the west. But what we have been doing is working with ITD at a very quick pace to try to identify all of the water lines, sewer lines, and in addition to that, all of the water crossings that we may have in the future with casings at the intersections and crossings that we have at over drains and all sorts of things like that. And so this has all been rolled into ITD's project, and ITD is going to be performing this design on behalf of the city. We have negotiated back and forth with ITD, and we've spent many hours going through this scope of work. And we feel that in order for us to be prepared for the next 30 to 40 years on this corridor with utilities, these improvements are necessary, and they need to happen now before ITD goes in and builds their road. So before you is a proposal for design, and this is ITD's engineer, Horrocks, is doing the design work for all of these utility improvements. After this is done, then ITD will put the entire project out to bid, and they will break out all of the utility work, that is the cities, and then we will know what the bid amount is for that. It is planned now that these costs will be covered through the ARPA funding that we have for this corridor down on Karcher Road. And with that, I think I stand for any questions.
You think?
I think so, yes. Sorry. I do stand for
Very
questions.
good. Any questions, Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. McDonald, is there a maximum amount on the ARPA funds?
I would have to defer to our finance director. So the design amount is $421,000, and that is coming out of ARPA. I wanted to say that ARPA is around, for this project,
So, yes, ARPA does have a limited amount of funds, and we have a specific time frame. We have to have all projects obligated by December 31st of 2024, by the end of this year. So we have to have them under contract and then be spent by December 31st of 2026. So my goal is to have all of them done this before April, actually. So I'm working hard on that. But for this project, we have essentially obligated about $5 million for the total project. It could be a little bit more than that, closer to 5.5, but we had another project slated in there, but the federal purchasing rules were not followed, and so we had to realign the funds, and so this is the project that we have selected for it, so.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Mr. McDonald. Okay, so this is again before council, resolution for this resolution authorizing the execution of this cooperative agreement with ITD. Any discussion on that or any motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Doty.
make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing the cooperative agreement with the Idaho Transportation Department for Karcher Road.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is now open. It's usually the easy button at the legislature. This one you have to push a little harder. So that passes unanimously as well. Okay, so that concludes item number 3 and puts us into action item number 4. This is for consider resolution authorizing the acceptance of the scope of work from JUB Engineers for the Caldwell Airport Storm Drain Feasibility Study in the amount of $62,600. Ashley, it's great to see you here again. Is this going to be a new norm?
I don't know, we'll see.
You probably hope not, but it's great to have you here.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, you have before you an engineering services proposal for an airport storm drain feasibility study. I'd like to begin with a little bit of background on some of the drivers for our proposal this evening. First, it's helpful to know that all commercial and industrial facilities that discharge water to a surface water body are required to have a special permit called an NPDES, or National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. So the city of Caldwell has a few of these permits. One of them is at our wastewater treatment plant. One of them is on our storm drain system across the entire city, and one of them is at Caldwell Executive Airport. You may remember that we faced an enforcement action from EPA in 2018 against our permit at the airport. That action was directly related to insufficient staffing and ability to keep up with the permit requirements associated with all of our permits collectively. Since that time, we have made changes to bring our permit at the airport back into compliance. But that said, there is an ongoing workload to staff and the airport tenants to upkeep the requirements of that permit, not to mention all the costs associated with doing so. So in order to make progress toward cutting those costs and that workload and remove the liability of a potential permit violation in the future, the city can install additional stormwater capacity on site at the airport to prevent rain and snow runoff from running off into Indian Creek. If we could accomplish that, we would no longer have to maintain that permit, and that potential liability would go away. So what this proposal does is it's an engineering proposal that would examine the airport's existing storm drain infrastructure, groundwater, soils, and available real estate to determine how feasible this goal is, and also to make recommendations on how we could execute it. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so with that, this resolution is before council for any discussions, any motions, or any, if there are any questions for staff.
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask my standard one that I always do.
Mm-hmm.
Raylan, what money are you gonna take this from? Oh, yeah.
Is it my right pocket or my left pocket?
apologize, 'cause I have been it's been a rough last 2 weeks, between COVID and Washington DC. So, it is coming from the street department fund balance, so it's actually a budgeted expense, so
All right,
it does
thank you.
look like it.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, any motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Allgood.
I have moved that we, accept this proposal and, hire JUB to give us the feasibility study.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor Williams for approval of this resolution authorizing the acceptance of this work for the Caldwell Airport Storm Drain Feasibility Study. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open.
5 minutes.
And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. Do you want to take a little, just a 5 minute? Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute break at this moment, so we'll be back, right around 8 o'clock. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry, Diana. I apologize.
Literally
Well, the Lord put my eyes in front, not on the side or in the back, sorry.
Good comment.
Workers' comp.
Okay, are we back up? Good to go? Okay, very good. So we are now on to action item number 5. So this is consider resolution authorizing the purchase of furniture associated with the relocation of City Hall. Raylene, it's all yours.
How's it going? So when I set the budget for this, I set the budget for 300,000. It was kind of a estimated guess, best guess, of what the cost would be. As we worked through the process with city staff and, got down to the nitty-gritty, the estimate came in, as you can see, a little bit higher than what we set the budget for. 380,000. This is working through a state contract, so we are getting a discount, a significant discount. And we are ordering this before the price goes up. That's why we're ordering it now instead of in March. So, this will require me this resolution, because it's more than the budget, that's why it's coming for you, and because it's more than 50,000, obviously. But we did go through state contract to get this, so that's kind of what I have.
Okay.
So.
Very good. Any questions for Raylene?
Just want to exaggerate the point, Mr. Mayor, that it is through the state contract so that everyone knows that they aren't getting golden deaths or anything like that it is through the state contract. So
It
we
is.
appreciate your efforts there.
Very good. Any other questions, or? Yes, Councilor Williams?
Mayor, just a question in general, how are we doing on budget on the rest of the project so far? Are we under budget, over budget, on budget?
So, are you talking about like the general fund budget?
No, I'm talking about the project at the Nancola Center.
Oh.
And our redevelopment of that or reconditioning of that.
So I've been working closely with Brett on that. We are very close on budget. We will be bringing an update before you. I think in March is when we will be bringing an update for you. There's been some change orders on that. The budget was about 1.6 million total is what we set. If I remember, I'm thinking numbers off the top of my head, and we're right there, so we're within 50,000 of that amount. So me and Brett are working very closely with that. We're staying in line with it, and we're very cost conscious on all the change orders that have been coming through, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Brett's doing a phenomenal job on that. Really appreciate all the work and kind of above and beyond his duties as the building official. So appreciate his oversight on that, and also Raylene, obviously everything she's doing on that. So, any other questions or discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Stoddard.
Raylene, do we have a timetable on when TVC is gonna be off the 3rd floor at all, or have they said anything?
Third floor? The lease ends in 6.5 years, so that's still it. I will say it's been a back and forth with them on what costs are theirs and what costs are ours, and I've been holding very firm with them on this is their cost, so not to charge the city for costs that are theirs, so.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any motions from the council for this resolution?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor
Guess
Doty.
it's my turn. I make a motion that we authorize the purchase of the furniture for City Hall in the amount of $379,350.52 for floors 1 and 2.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of this resolution in regards to the purchase of furniture for the relocation of City Hall. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is open. All votes are cast. The voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. That moves us on to action item number 6. And this is consider a resolution authorizing approval of a cooperative agreement with Valley Regional Transit in the amount of $345,142 for fiscal year 2024, and authorize the Public Works Director to draft the cooperative agreement with VRT as such to be executed by the mayor upon completion. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After our last council meeting that we had a discussion regarding VRT, I took those comments back and then put together this memo and resolution for authorization for the funding for what appeared to be the base fee that we were paying VRT. I do not have a contract tied to this, because the contract, I did not have time to go back through and revise the contract, to match these numbers, but there are a couple options here, for council. This, if council so chooses, council can approve this resolution, and then I will circle back around with VRT, get the contract revised, for the mayor's, signature. If the council is not prepared to do that, then I can work with VRT to get the contract revised and then bring it back to council for review, where then the mayor would sign the contract. And then also, the amount that's tied here, like I said, is the base fee for the Valley service. The $300,000 was removed. That was in the original contract, and what that does, under my understanding, is that removes two routes that would be within the city of Caldwell, and we would not have those routes serving the city. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Very good. And I may just elaborate a little bit, and then we can kind of go into discussion or questions from council. So, and I know there was a question earlier in Council Register. I apologize. I was trying to find the YouTube video where it was talked about during the budget workshops, that amount that came up, because I'm pretty sure that Brent Orton at the time, Public Works Director, had discussed that, and I just did not find. I apologize on that. But so originally was presented as this plus the $300,000 for those two new routes at the budget workshops. That budget was approved, and so that's why we did move forward with the understanding of the $645,000 with the two new routes. And as everyone is aware, there's been some discussion since that time as far as the appropriateness of that and how to best move forward. You know, I am a firm believer in public transportation. It's very important and vital to a community. You know, I meet with people every day that are grateful to be able to have the opportunity to go to Walmart, to go to the hospital, wherever it may be, that they just don't without that. So it opens up a new world for those people. So there is still ongoing discussion of that $300,000. Obviously, it's up to council on that. So there'll be future discussions on that at a council meeting. Does that just go back into the general fund? Does it go towards new routes with VRT? Does it go to one route? So there's options there, and that obviously will ultimately be decided by council at a public meeting in that regards. But the thought was, and I had the chance to meet with Councilor Stoddard this last week as well, this at least firms up that amount that VRT had, I guess, I don't know if billed is the right word, but our share of the amount to pay to VRT, so that's not in limbo, and they know that funding is there. So I thought that it's best to get this in front of council to approve this, and then obviously that remaining amount is still in the budget. We haven't done a budget amendment to remove it, and Ray Lynn can jump on that too. But then council in the future can decide how or what they want to do in regards to that.
Well, and I just want to comment that $300,000 will stay in street fund. It does not go back to general fund.
Thank you for that clarification. So, okay, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate all the work that's been done on this. It's been a ride because there've been some confusion and some questions, and I think we're making good progress. Appreciate especially the council paying attention. I think it was Councilor Stoddard that brought this up, and I think due to the fact that we are making good progress and that this is before us because of some of the confusion, I would rather we wait until we have that contract. There will really be nothing lost by us not approving this tonight, but it concerns me that we would approve this without an actual contract in place. It almost seems like the cart before the horse, and so my opinion would be to not approve this tonight, and I suppose we could do that a couple of different ways. Tabling it would be my preference rather than denying it. But let's not move too quickly. We don't have a contract. Let's put it all together, and then we can come back and wrap this up neatly.
Yes, thank you so much. And also just to note that there was an email sent. Everyone should have a copy of this letter from Valley Regional Transit. And if you do have any questions, there are representatives here from VRT as well. So if you had any questions for them, just want to make sure you know that they are here if you do have questions on that. And then, yeah, it's up to council whether you want to do this tonight or if you're wanting to table it. It could be even withdrawn and just put on the next council item or continue to the next council. It's really at the purview of the council and what your desires are. Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, I would second Mr. Williams' motion to wait until we have a contract signed.
Okay, and so, let's see, that would be, so next council meeting is February 20th. I imagine that should be enough time, Mr. McDonald, or should we just withdraw it and then we can put it, what do you, Debbie, what would be the?
Well, it's not a public hearing.
I guess that's true, so, just take no action tonight, and then we put it on a future council on it. Okay. And so, yes, other discussion, yes.
Mr. McDonald, before you sit down there, thank you. So I'm fine with Counselor Williams' proposal, but my question is, how long do we think it'll take to figure out if we want to add one or two of these routes, or come to a more final conclusion on how much we're going to do? How long, do we have an idea how long? We don't want to just close the door on that, at least I don't. I would like to see us move forward to make sure we have the right service in place. So I was just wondering your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, certainly I had the chance to meet with Elaine Clegg, who's here tonight, the executive director at VRT, and obviously the sooner the better. You know, the wheels were put in motion when that budget was originally approved for those new bus routes, and so I know that there's been work done in that, a lot of work done in that regards, and so really to get them implemented, like I said, the sooner the better on that. So I know that all of you, I think, were on that email. I did reach out to Councilor Dittenberg and Councilor Stoddard to see if they could be part of kind of a task force to look at that and see, you know, what is the best option in using that, providing that service for our citizens in the best manner possible. I know that there's been a lot of feedback from the community that are excited for those routes and being able to have that in that regard. So it could be even where all of that came back with, I think, you know, within a month to be able to have some meetings the next couple of weeks, get some stakeholders in and meet with them and kind of have at least a discussion with the council at a city council meeting in the near future. It may not be the 20th, that might be kind of pushing it, but definitely that first meeting in March, I don't think is out of the question to have at least some information and know the path that the council wants to go down.
I would be for that, more of a, you know, holistic approach to the whole thing rather than,
Yeah. Any other comments or questions? Councilor Dittenberg?
Mr. Mayor, my comment, would be, if we get a contract together, what amount do we put in there? And even if we come to the March meeting and we have 500,000 or 640,000, are we still, if we're not happy with it, gonna reduce it to 345 and put us right back to where we are tonight?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just a comment. I think, along with Councilor Allgood, is maybe you and Councilor Stoddard can work together for the next 30 days and see if you can come to some sort of resolution. If you cannot, then yes, I think it would go back to the 345, but it's worth trying to see if you guys can convince one another what's best. Are you amenable to that?
So,
Okay. Yes, go
sorry,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So, it sounds like to me then that I would hold off on finalizing a contract until there's been some decision.
Yeah.
And something directed to me on what to put in there.
Yeah, I think that's kind of this direction it looks like, and so.
Well, yeah, I think the
yeah.
contract can be drawn up, just we'll fill in the amount when the time comes.
Okay.
Is it a standard template
Well,
contract, or?
some of it has language about additional routes and things like that. And so
Okay.
some of that would have to be removed, and so
Yeah.
it would be helpful to know what the plan is before the contract's
Okay,
drafted up.
gotcha.
Okay, very good. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Councilor Williams' motion was, in essence, to remove this action item. Is that correct?
I'll make that motion. I don't
Okay.
think I did, but it
Okay.
was
Mhm.
called a motion. So I move that we remove this action item from the calendar.
Okay. So it was a motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor Stoddard, to not take any action on action item number 6 and remove it from the calendar. And also and this isn't part of the motion, but just that there's the understanding of some meetings that will take place and bringing this back, at a near future meeting, shooting for that first meeting in March, I think would be the goal for that. Okay, so that motion, any discussion on that motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion passes. Okay, so that moves us into action item number 7. Consider bill number 8, ordinance number 3570, amending chapter 6 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to pre-approved special event venues, with a request to move for its passage and approve the summary for publication. Mr. Waterman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you all. It's been a minute. I am going to present both of this ordinance and the following one. But I'm just simply here so this microphone doesn't get lonely. Questions about these will ultimately have to be answered by the city clerk, but I'll take a run at this. So this ordinance here, when the code was put in place to do sort of seasonal event planning for the plaza, at that point in time, Destination Caldwell did not have the ability to license the plaza for liquor by the drink. That has now changed. And so the consequence of that is instead of needing to do catering permits, which would permit them to utilize somebody else's liquor license to serve alcohol in the plaza, they can now simply get special event permits. So this ordinance is being brought to you at the request of the city clerk to modify this code and the way that Destination Caldwell will do these pre-approved special event permit applications to better align with the current state of things.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Waterman? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. With that then, do we have sign sheets? I don't think we do. Okay, very good. Okay, that's correct. Okay, so with that, then this this bill and ordinance is before council for your review. And any questions or any motions for adoption of that?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor
Just
Doty.
one quick question, and maybe Debbie can, if she's listening, because she and I have taught a few of these classes together, but are they going to do a nonprofit event permit through the state then, and get a special event through you, but a nonprofit through the state, because they're nonprofit? Okay.
If needed. Otherwise, they use their license.
All right, sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, any motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
move to sponsor bill number 8, ordinance number 3570, and move for its approval and approve the summary for publication.
Very good. We have a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Doty. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is now open. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. I'm guessing you're wanting to do the next one as well. So, it's all you. So this is, bill number 9, ordinance 3571 for city code pertaining to improper parking of vehicles at mailboxes.
Mayor and Council, thank you. So this ordinance, when the city changed city code publishers, the code that prohibited blocking mailboxes with your vehicle somehow fell out of the codified online code. So this is simply, this code will cause it to continue to be true that in the city of Caldwell, if you park in front of a mailbox, you can receive a ticket for that. And that's the full consequence of the code amendment.
Very good. Any questions from council? Okay, with that, do we have a sponsor of this bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
I'll sponsor bill number 9, ordinance number 3571, and move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Doty, for again sponsorship of bill number 9, ordinance number 3571, moving for its passage and approving the summary for publication. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously as well. That moves us to action item number 9, consider resolution authorizing use of contingency funds not to exceed $40,000 for a revenue examination audit by Eide Bailey LLP for fiscal years 2021 and 2022. Rochelle, it's good to see you again this evening.
Thank you. Good to be
Time's
here.
yours.
So I did request a proposal for audit of revenues, 100% of revenues for fiscal year 21 and 22 from Eide Bailey. They came back with a proposal not to exceed $40,000. It could come in less than that depending on hours worked, so they will be billing based off of hours worked throughout that time period. And with that, I stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions for Rochelle? Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rochelle, thanks again for all the hard work, extra work that this is creating for you. And we've talked about this at length, but I'd love to hear you say it one more time because we're a few weeks down the road from our last conversation. is the scope of this sufficient? And is this going to be adequate as far as we know at this time?
At this time, yes, I feel like this will be a sufficient scope of work to be able to identify. They're gonna look at 100% of revenues, and I think they're gonna be able to present, whatever they do find, and recommendations that will, fulfill our needs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Counselor Dittenberg?
Mr. Mayor, Rochelle, who did the original audit in 21 and 22?
Eide Bailey has been auditing the financial statements. This specific, audit will not be done by our current partner. They have a lot of different sections, I guess you could say, within their organization that do different types of audits. I think we have them also working on our IT security audit that we're, doing, and they have different sectors of, assurances that they provide. And so we are going to a different, I guess, division or department within their organization. So we will be working with different leads on this audit than we have ever in the past.
Thank you. I have one more question.
Yes.
So I read through the qualifications from the auditing firm, and doing auditing work is one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Doing process evaluation is something completely different. Are we sure that this auditing firm will do the correct process evaluation to kind of help us correct in the future what happened in the past?
I think they would be probably the best just because they know and have reference to our organization as a whole and how we process things. Annually, we give them workflows that detail out current processes when it comes to certain processes that we have for cash, receivables, et cetera. They're broken out by department, and so I think that having the resources internally will give them a better advantage, whereas if we went to somebody completely new, they would have to redefine all of that. It would create more time from city staff as well as more costs because it would require more of that new auditing firm's time as well.
One more question?
Follow up, yeah.
So is there any spoiler alerts, is there any, anything else that's looking that has your attention?
I'll say we will be presenting in 23 the findings that will be identified for some fees that were not increased. I think as we're looking into that currently, we are finding a little bit more we were unaware of, but I would rather wait to discuss that once we have final numbers.
Good answer. No, I don't want to. Okay, just spoiler alert. Okay.
Counselor Stoddick?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just to give Mr. Dittenberg a little confidence, I was on that committee before, and I know that, they meet with us privately, the council does, and they do ask a lot of good questions, and I've got really good confidence in them, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Counselor Register.
So I think the question that's going to come up with the public, and I kind of always try to go there because that's still how I think, of course, is if they have historically done our audits and then we had the missing impact fees, can you explain so that the public can understand why we're still using them and what the difference might be, or if they were in any way involved in that or how that worked?
So they look at our fees every year. The current finding that we have in 2023 was impacted because it affected the entire 2023 fiscal year. And we also had increases that were significant. Sometimes we have fee increases, and as a city, I'd love to say we're 100% accurate in everything we do, but we're not. I'd like to attain 85%, 90% accuracy with everything that we do. But there are some things that, fees that may have been not updated in the past, but they were small in essence, in materiality. And so when the auditors come in and audit us annually, they will look at our entire revenue streams. They do revenue studies to say, this is what we're trending. They ask for every fee increase resolution, we have to send them annually so they can see what was approved by council, and we do that every year. And they take those documents and they spot check the revenues. They say, okay, if you increased fees by 5% or 4% in this area, ideally based off of that and the growth, they do a calculation that says this is where your revenue should be. And if it's not, then they dive into it. So they do a holistic approach to kind of weed down, because as you know, a city with millions of dollars in spending, we have thousands and thousands and thousands of transactions. And so they can't feasibly look at every single one. And so they have to look at the entire scope, and then they look for anomalies. You know, why is this not increasing? Why did this increase? Anytime anything increases more than 10% or less than 10%, they'll come to us. They want a discussion, whether it's budget versus expenditure or last year versus this year. They want to know about all those variances. And so we have a lot of discussion with them to identify that. Last year, these fees in particular were, they were not, the increases were not made until the end of the 22 fiscal year. And so the fact that they didn't get updated didn't impact the overall revenue as much as it did in 2023. And so that is why it was not on their scope. I think it was in an August timeframe, maybe July, that we did the increases. I can't testify to that for sure, but I think it was some mid-year timeframe. And so when they did their analysis, they identified that the revenue streams were in line with where they should have been based off of the increases. This year, it was significantly lower, and they dived into it and said, okay, we need to start looking. And they spot check every year. So even if it's within line, they have to test a certain percentage of the work done, and so they look at the bigger stuff. And if they don't catch any errors in the bigger stuff, they know, okay, we've tested 85% of this revenue. We can say, for the most part, if there were any discrepancies, it's only affecting about 15% of the overall number listed on the financial statements. And so the increase or loss in collected revenue this year, in the fiscal year 23, was significant enough for them to say that's too much. We need to dive into it, and then they questioned it, and that's what started.
So just so we're clear, then they were instrumental in finding the law?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Also, just for everyone here that maybe some of us are privy to, but they are not, is that policies and procedures are also creating extra work for our staff to put it in place, so hopefully it prevents this from happening in the future. So I just
Correct.
wanna...
And the work that we're going to have Eide Bailly do is not just to look at the revenue, but also provide feedback on specifically what systems and operations we might need to be focusing on to ensure that these processes are in place. And they can even, I think they're going to help us kind of look at those and then attest, yeah, this is a good process, so this is within controls, and you're putting enough things in place so that this doesn't happen again. So that's another part of what they'll be doing in this contract that we have with them.
Very good. Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
I don't really have a question, just a statement. I had the opportunity to visit with both Rochelle and Raylene, and I really appreciate it. You guys are wonderful. But the thing I communicated to them that's important to me, and whatever it takes, whether it's this audit or additional, but I would like to see us as a council being responsible for the city's money. I would like us to reach a point where we have total ownership over we know where every dollar is. You know, we're going back here to 21, 22 years past. I would like us to be where we have ownership, we know where the dollars are. We're not saying this happened years ago. We've got it, we understand where our money is today. And they, I believe they both assured me that probably by the end of the year we'll be there.
Yes, we're working on policy and processes right now. We're also already have training scheduled for upper level management to be able to express to them how to ensure that to help us, because we're just two people, so we can't do it all, but we are going to provide trainings to other department heads to be able to look at their revenues and kind of look for anomalies themselves and look, and read the reporting that's available to us so that we can internally look at that, but as well as put processes and policy in place to streamline things and ensure that we have something concrete to go off of how we need to move forward in the future.
Okay. Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, to follow up on what Councilor Allgood just said, to that end, I'll repeat what I said a few weeks ago. Finance has to have the ultimate authority in anything financial in the city. And that's gonna require executive support of that individual departments and individual department heads must work with finance, and they must approve everything. And anything that doesn't go through them, we'll have to own this on this counter, is what I'm saying. That doesn't go back to them. That goes back to us. And whatever we're ironing out now might have been from last year, but now it's this year. This is our problem now. And so I on the record want to say it again, everything must go through. I wasn't going to bring it up, but it's important now. I learned that library runs their own funds, has their own bank account, has their own independence. I don't like that. I don't know why any department in this city isn't under the authority of finance when it comes to budgeted city dollars.
I agree.
And so whether it's that or whether it's the Parks Department or the golf course or anything, we have to support finance 100% in being the gatekeepers. Then if there's a problem, now we know who to go to. But I have the highest confidence in these two women here that they're the best people for this job, and we must support them in order to get this straightened out.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay, very good. Do we have any motions for this resolution?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Doty.
I'll make a motion that we approve the authorization use of contingency funds not to exceed $40,000 for a revenue examination audit by Eide Bailly for fiscal years 21 and 22.
Great. Do we have a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, the voting then is open. All votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. Okay, and that moves us on to action item number 10. Consider a recommendation from city staff regarding acceptance of the request for proposal submission for the amphitheater project. Mr. Jenkins, sticking with us to the very end.
Always. Maybe we'll have a quick presentation. And I'd like to start off, well, good evening again, and I'd like to start off by just sharing a brief presentation that's relative to the RFP process. Want to get you all caught up on some of the details that were consistent with the process that was undertaken to gather these submissions. So, and then I also want to just share some brief comments with you after, and then I'd love the opportunity to allow the representatives from the company that we would like to recommend tonight to come up and share a few comments as well. So with that, I'll get started here. We did have an amphitheater request for proposals, and boom, thank you. Within the RFP process, these were the components that we were seeking from a user that would come in and bring in the facility of this nature. And really the bulk of what we tried to create here was gathered from the Roger Brooks action plan that was developed in June of 2015. And as I perused through that plan, there was a committee there, and it involved some stakeholders from the public and private sector. And that buy-in there, and the vision and the direction and the objectives that were achieved in that plan is something that really was a guiding principle for this project as well. So, number one, reinforce Caldwell's desire to become a destination. Number two, respect history and community landmarks, which may include naming the facility or a component of the facility after the Griffith family, the original owners of the parcel. Number three, promote high standards of street design with a plan that outlines the project's needs for parking. Number four, respect neighboring uses, and if possible, consider the integration of adjacent parcels within this development. And really, number four refers to parcels that are not under the ownership of the city, the bulk of the ownership in that area, which I'll affectionately refer to as the Caldwell Event Center, because we have so many natural events that take place from College of Idaho and with the rodeo and of course the fair. So just, that's just the nature of what takes place back there. But we were talking more on the boulevard and from properties that could potentially be integrated into the site that I'll show you here in a second. And then number 5, create a vibrant edge to the street with strong building character and proximity to the sidewalk. Number 6, maintain and extend the traditional building form, massing, and traditional materials as seen in the surrounding area. The building may express traditional form and massing while using current architectural designs. And then the second part to that, thanks, Emmanuel. The RFP details. So again, some bullet points that refer to what we were seeking in this RFP. Large-scale venue capable of hosting a wide range of musical and or culturally relevant activities. A venue that could host or attract nearby ancillary activities such as a brewery, restaurant, hotel, or agricultural-related events. Ability to effectively connect the corporate city limits of Caldwell to the broader Sunny Slope wine region nearby, and then serve as a venue that supports local wineries and products. And then lastly, provide a benefit to the nearby properties and express a desire to collaborate with the Caldwell Night Rodeo, Simplot Stadium, Canyon County Fair, and the College of Idaho, and all the associated activities in the area. And then lastly, is the site itself. So this site is 14.30 acres and is owned by the city of Caldwell. Again, this was under the ownership previously of the Griffith family, was donated years ago to the city, and was really an attempt to activate the space to be more of a public orientation, to allow for different events to benefit the public holistically, and also express a desire for the city to maintain ownership of that parcel. So our goal would be to work out a potential long-term lease through the development and disposition agreement with the group that we would like to recommend tonight. So with that as a backdrop to the information that I'll share, I'd love to dig a little deeper. And I'll leave this up here, Emmanuel, if you don't mind, just so as we speak, we can kind of refer back and forth to this map as a visual reference for us. But before I begin, I would like to thank Mayor Wagner for his invaluable guidance throughout the exploration process for this project. And Mayor, your planning experience was helpful as it relates to this project and really the holistic needs of this area. So thank you for that. I would also like to thank City Council for your taking the time to review this information, not just the RFP itself, but also the proposals that came forward. Thank you for that. I know it takes a significant amount of time to have conversations around some of the details that pertain to the proposals. And then I'd also like to make a special acknowledgement to Mike Dittenberg for his participation in the RFP review committee that looked at these proposals. And lastly, I'd like to thank our development team. So this includes Rob McDonald, Ophelia Morales, Raylan North, Robin Collins, Mark Hilty, and Pastor Jim Porter for leading their expertise to this project and some of the details that surrounded it. It really took a team of committed individuals, and everybody cares deeply about the success of the city, and it's really neat to see that firsthand. So the amphitheater RFP pertained to a 14.30-acre site, as was referenced, as city-owned, and the RFP process concluded on January 15, 2024. While the initial due date for the RFP was November 22nd, 2023, staff felt that it was incumbent upon us to push the date back and actually push it back to January 15th so that we can ensure the highest quality results of the process. And that this 4-month process culminated in receiving 2 qualifying proposals on January 15, 2024, and we've since proceeded with the evaluation of both submissions. I referenced an RFP review committee, and that review committee unanimously selected the group that I'm eager to share here shortly. So our esteemed stakeholders, they included a committee of about 8 people. So Travis Palmer from the Chamber of Commerce, Danae Warren from Destination Caldwell, Jim Everett from the College of Idaho, Nicole Cassidy from the Caldwell Night Rodeo, and Diana Sinner from Canyon County Fair, along with myself and Ophelia Morales from Economic Development. So the collaborative efforts of these individuals has been instrumental in just giving us guidance and perspectives on the stakeholders involved in the area, and we're thankful for all the expertise that they provided to share details into the complexities of this project. Now, I'd like to share just some brief comments here regarding the presentation that is forthcoming. So the city's primary role in economic development is really to foster an environment that allows for private investment to come in. And the job growth in our community, as you look at North Ranch and Sky Ranch, we've really had some great success with private investment and the job growth that you've seen witnessed here. And really, we just want to keep a strong alignment with that perspective. So, and keep in line with that responsibility, the city staff is proposing a significant economic opportunity at this location here, and we feel that it can result in some major local economic impact. So what's being proposed, this recommendation involves establishing a partnership with Lexor Investments, the city of Caldwell to bring a 4,000 to 5,000 seat capacity amphitheater to our community, hosting a variety of live musical entertainment events. The proposed site for this venue, of course, is this one recommended here, or shown here, within the Caldwell Event Center. And Lexor Investments is committed to contributing roughly $20 to $25 million to the project, projecting an economic impact that would further grow our restaurant, hotel, and commercial industries here locally. And even as I think about the project as a whole and its proximity to downtown, thinking about the shoulder season and how it could impact our small business community and the downtown core after the winter wonderland and some of the excitement kind of fades away and we go into the winter months, which is what we're in now, thinking about the benefit of this ongoing facility. So to clarify, this recommendation is for the establishment of a development agreement, so the development and disposition agreement with Lexor Investments, allowing city staff, our stakeholders, and our legal team to collaboratively work through the parameters of this proposed project. Once the agreement is established, city staff will present the completed DDA to the city council for subsequent approval. So that's what we're seeking tonight, is really the permission to engage in further discussions to establish that DDA with Lexor Investments. So regarding the relocation of the baseball fields, I've had communication with Julie McCoy, she's our Parks and Recreation Director, and I've actively been discussing options with both current and future parks as far as where these facilities may land. Should the project move forward, this will be an ongoing effort as we work to adequately relocate the baseball fields. And then lastly, our review committee expressed strong interest in establishing a master plan for the area as proposed by the second group that participated in the RFP submittal process. So consequently, Robin Collins, she's our planning and zoning director, of course. She has involved our comprehensive plan group to broaden their review scope that now incorporates the Caldwell Event Center, which is this area from 21st Avenue to Linden. And we aim to integrate this review as an addendum to the work that will be conducted for the comprehensive plan. So therefore, the master plan consideration is already moving in a positive direction. So I'd now like to invite a representative from the development group, Bill Leclerc, the Director of Real Estate Development and Investments, to provide insights into the private sector component of this project. So Bill has maintained a connection with our team since really the outset of their interest in the Treasure Valley as a whole. They're an out-of-state group, but they have a deep connection to this area, which Bill will explain more thoroughly. And I can tell you, in economic development, you're not always blessed with who wants to do a project in your community, but it has been a real fortunate pleasure to get to know Bill and William Hirschman. He's their CEO at Lexor. He's here as well. But the two of them have shown the utmost integrity. They've been connected with me since the outset. Bill, I looked the other day, he made my favorites list because we talk so often. But we worked through a variety of details and, you know, the complexities of a project like this, and he's lent his expertise to me in a way that I sincerely appreciate. I've learned a lot about the entertainment industry and really the impact that it can provide to a community. So with that, I'd love to have your permission to invite Bill up to share a few more comments about the project.
Yes, please.
That was a great introduction, Steve, and that hasn't happened in a long time. We're usually not met with such open arms. I wanted to first say I'm really looking forward to talking with you tonight about what we're going to deliver here to this community, and I think we can finally say we're getting to the fun part of the meeting. We can talk about the fun stuff. As Steve had mentioned, I'm the Director of Real Estate Development and Investments for Lexor. I'd like to take some time tonight to provide you with some context about our group, about what we've built, designed, and operated, and why we're excited about coming to the Treasure Valley, coming to the city of Caldwell, to work closely with the city to ultimately deliver a world-class amphitheater to Caldwell, which we believe is ultimately going to create a premier destination and entertainment experience in the Treasure Valley anchored by that venue. Our company is a family-run business that has a 45-year track record of developing award-winning projects as a diversified developer in the Bay Area across the spectrum. So those projects range from high-end single-family homes, mixed-use projects, medical office condos, R&D buildings, We've kind of done it all. And one of the important things for us, we're here tonight, as Stephen mentioned, we have ties here. One of our managing partners, my mother-in-law, she is a fourth generation Idahoan. She grew up in Kuna, went to Kuna High School, went to Boise State. Unfortunately, she can't be here tonight because she is helping my wife watch our 3 younger daughters at home, trying to put them to bed. But they found out that Dad was going to be on TV with Grandpa talking about fun things. So they've got 1 down. There's 2 more to go. So I'll try and keep this quick. About 25 years ago, we purchased the Mountain Winery, which is the facility that's here on the screen. It was on the verge of bankruptcy. Following the purchase, we worked diligently to design and ultimately construct the venue that you see here today. It's a concert venue that is regularly recognized on a national level as a top 10 outdoor concert venue. We recently completed a 45,000 square foot expansion at the property, adding new offices, event space, wine tasting building, and an event garden. Can you click through 2? One more. So these are the newer buildings that it's going to be hard for, I should start by saying, we're not claiming that we can replicate what we built at the winery. It's a 150-year-old National Historic Landmark that we had the fortunate opportunity to buy and then retrofit and build and put in the permanent fixed seats, the event space that's here, the wine tasting buildings, the event gardens. But what we do believe we're going to bring is the experience that we've created there that we don't believe exists here in the Treasure Valley. We currently operate this facility year-round. In the discussions we had with Stephen and trying to figure out how we can make this all work here in Caldwell, that was something that continued to come to the top of our list as, yes, there's weather here, but we want to be able to activate that space year-round, whether it's outdoor concerts in the summer season, or hopefully we can catch May to October, and then providing indoor space for other community events. That's what our focus is here, so that we can help activate that corridor and make it a true destination. Our current facility here, we host community events, weddings, and corporate events, in addition to the roughly 70 concerts that we host, drawing in approximately 200,000 visitors each season. We have created a truly unique entertainment experience that draws not just from our immediate community, which is Saratoga and some of the surrounding Silicon Valley neighborhoods, but from people well outside of the Bay Area. We believe we'll have that same impact here. Over the last 4 years, we've done extensive research across the country, looking at hundreds of cities. Some of the cities are ones that Stephen mentioned earlier today, to try and determine where there might be an opportunity to deliver our entertainment concept next. And again, on the heels of what Stephen presented, it's no surprise to you, but while we were doing our research, the Treasure Valley continued to come to the top of that list for the population growth, the demographic trends, and the job creation. When we're looking at a city, one of the more important things for us is to take a look at the existing entertainment ecosystem and landscape and what opportunities are there. When we dug down, we couldn't find our concept anywhere. Yes, there's options here, but there's not the type of experience that we're planning to create. And we just to make sure we weren't operating in a vacuum, we talked with our industry contacts and we said, why do these touring artists skip Boise? And they're playing in Salt Lake, they're playing in Bozeman, they're playing in Spokane, they're routing to the Pacific Northwest, and they drive through. And they said, well, there's nowhere to play. There is no entertainment venue that these artists say, that's a great place to play, I want to add another stop on my tour. You've seen it start to change. I think by adding us to that component, you're going to see a much better entertainment ecosystem come into the valley, and those benefits will spread not just to the city of Caldwell, but to the broader community as a whole. And the marketplace that we'd be looking to fill is a boutique entertainment experience that seats 4,000 to 5,000 guests, and that's the void in the market right now. As I'm sure you're aware, this isn't our first time here in Canyon County. We've been at it a long time, and we've been fortunate enough to build relationships within the community with local businesses, with families, with individuals who share in our vision and believe that bringing a concept like this, an amphitheater, to anchor the future entertainment district to the city of Caldwell will not just benefit the city itself, but it'll help benefit the community as a whole and bring new businesses and opportunities to help further that growth in the community. Some of the groups that have supported us include the Idaho Wine Commission, BVEP, SWITA, the Sims family, Koenig and Scoria, Skyline, and the Orchard House. During this time, we were also very fortunate enough to work closely with Roger Brooks. He was hugely helpful in giving us a better understanding of the long-term vision and goals of Caldwell. And one of the key points he continued to reiterate to us time and time again as we worked through how we could best bring this concept to life was that in order for a city to become a true destination, you need to have activities after 7 p.m. That's exactly the void that we will fill with this project. In closing, we're extremely excited about the opportunity to bring a world-class entertainment experience to Caldwell to support the city's continued efforts to become a destination for the Treasure Valley and beyond. We look forward to working closely with city staff and the local stakeholders to ensure the project's success. With that, I'd like to introduce Bill Hershen, also known as Grandpa, to my daughters. He's the owner of the Mountain Winery. Bill is the person behind the successful build-out and the ultimate operations of the Mountain Winery, and I wanted to have him share his thoughts on the evolution of the Mountain Winery and the positive impact that it has had on the community that we operate within, which is something that we envision happening here in Caldwell with the build-out of this amphitheater. So I'll pass it off to Bill.
Good evening, I'm Bill Hirschman. I am, I guess, the seasoned veteran of Lexar and Grandpa. Thank you very much. We sat through a long meeting this evening, so I'll keep my comments short, but it was frankly a pleasure for me. Rarely do I get to sit, I've been to hundreds of them, and rarely do I get to sit through meetings that as well organized as you, as well prepared as you, as well considerate as you have been. It's been a pleasure, and I appreciate that. I can't tell you how much we look forward to doing something in your community. As Bill mentioned, we've worked with members of your community throughout our adventures in the area, and all of which have been a pleasure. Bill wanted me to focus on kind of what we feel we can bring to the community, because we came into a community, certainly a affluent community in our area in Silicon Valley, but came to a property that was in distress. And we took that challenge on. At the time we purchased it, it was, as Bill mentioned, on the verge of bankruptcy. They were doing 2 or 3 shows a year. And we built that into as Bill mentioned, one of the top-rated venues in the country repeatedly, just not from an entertainment pleasure point of view, but economically as well. We feel we have a little different approach to what we do. In our opinion, it's an experience. It's not just a ticket to a concert, and that experience starts at the front gate, and it's how your attendants deal with the parking, how you deal with everything throughout the entire show. People want experiences these days. If you go to the major promoters in this country, AEG, Live Nation, we work with Oakview. They will tell you the exact same thing. Everybody wants a Taylor Swift ticket. Everybody wants one of those. She's a small entertainer. She's doing pretty well. You want to go see her. But the experience is just as important. And so that's when Bill mentions what we want to try to do differently, that's what he's talking about. You don't just buy a ticket to the Mountain Winery every season to go to see a specific artist. You look at who the artists are and you say, okay, we're going. We know we're going to go. Which one shall we pick? And I only make reference to the winery only because that's been our success story, obviously. But again, I can't tell you yet about how great the venue is going to be because we got to build it first. We're ground up builders, so to assure you, been ground up builders for 45 years. So I will assure you we can get this project built. We've managed this facility for 25 years. I will assure you we can manage this facility. We aren't promoters. We don't care to be promoters. We leave that to the big boys in the world, which are an AEG or a Live Nation. We have relationships with both. You're quite foolish to compete in that world against those entities. We hire them as promoters, and we manage the facilities ourselves. One of the things that we've done in our community, which is the Saratoga community, we we coordinate would be the better word, with the surrounding businesses. I'll give you an example. If we have a 4,000 seat venue here, and if we can capture 10% of that group to have dinner or have some kind of food, 10%, that's 400 meals. That's a lot. So where do the other 90% go? Where do the other 90% of the people that are going to attend that show, where are they going to go? They're going to go to your community. That's where they're going to go. They're going to get there a little bit early. We've rearranged how we open gates, timing, to give people the ability to go downtown. We took the drive twice yesterday from the site to what I call your downtown. I apologize if that's not appropriate. I think it's your downtown, but I call your downtown where your skating, facility are. It was, it's like 5 or 6 minutes. It's no big deal. So to be able to go down to your downtown, have dinner, and make it to the opening show, no problem. And if we can capture 12%, we'll be happy. But then where do the other 88 go? So it brings a lot to your community. In our community, the downtown merchants, the downtown restaurants in our local city attribute 35% of their annual income to the Mountain Winery events. That's a huge number. And if we can bring that kind of economic gain to your community, you're going to see it grow. There's no doubt in my mind. We've seen it happen in the community where we are. I would just want to check my notes, excuse me. As far as there was some conversations about, we're from California. Don't hold that against us. Everyone does, but we're a hands-on company. You're looking at the people in the company. I want to assure you that although we certainly have the capabilities, or we wouldn't be here this evening to bring the project that we're talking to you about, this is a big deal for us. This is not something that we hand off to, some subordinate superintendent and say, go get that thing done. When you deal with us, you're going to deal with myself, you're going to deal with Bill Leclerc. That's who you're going to deal with until this thing is up and running and we bring in the management team. We will bring a management team from our other venue, and we will jumpstart this. What's exciting to us, and to wrap up because I know it's getting late, is our ability to work with your community to build this. We got a raw piece of clay here. Like I said, we spent hours out on the site in the last 2 days looking at all the details and what could we do there, what could we do here. You've got sort of raw clay, which is really fun. I mean, you've got some components there that are very exciting that we'd want to keep. As far as other facilities, the rodeo, the football field, the baseball field, we see those as huge positives. They aren't negatives as far as we're concerned. And being able to coordinate and use our mutual efforts for the common good is a very exciting thing for us. So we see no issues with regards to working with the various entities that are out there to make it a collaboration, to achieve what we've been told is an event type of community that you want to create there. And I will wrap up simply by saying thank you for considering us. We can't wait to get started. So I hope we can come to some kind of decision tonight and we can get this thing rolling. Welcome questions. We have a video. It's about 2 minutes, Bill. Kind of fun if you want to get, it's on the fun side. So if you want to play it, let's roll it. If not, we totally understand. So we'll leave that up to you. Thank you.
Yep.
If you have questions, we're available.
Thank you, Emmanuel, appreciate that. So I know we do have some others that do want to test or to speak on this matter, but before that, is there any questions at this time for?
I have a couple questions for
Yeah.
you,
Mhm.
just real quick. Actually, for you. Yeah, sorry. Just very quickly, these are just sort of questions I think we'll probably be hearing. So I appreciate the fact that you're a family company, your work is beautiful, obviously. But do you plan on hiring local or for the construction or anything? You talked about bringing a management team in from out of state. Do you plan on eventually replacing that with local people, or what's your vision
Let
for
me
that?
clarify what that means. We would absolutely hire local. We have our own construction company, but we would not bring a construction company here to build. We would hire a local construction company. We would just manage that.
Or at least workers,
Pardon me?
construction workers or people?
Oh, no, we'd hire a construction general here, for sure.
From
We
here,
would
from-
manage that, but we
Okay.
would definitely build from locally. It makes no sense for us to build from afar. What I meant by bringing in the development team, we bring in a couple of key individuals to help jumpstart. We would absolutely hire locally.
For the
Absolutely.
management part of it.
Absolutely.
And then the other question I had, so were you the same company that were out in the county and they said
Yes,
no?
we were.
Okay, so I guess my question is, I mean, I know why Caldwell's great. I know why I think it's important to have these things and why a business would want to come here. But what I'm curious about is, based on your video and we know how beautiful that wine area is out in the county, why the middle of Caldwell where there's not the view and the wineries and the hill, the mountain you can build into and all that kind of stuff? Like, what is making this so appealing to you?
It's
To you
inter-
personally,
It's
not,
interesting. No, I understand.
but I'm not talking about like what were you sold on, like what was it that makes it so good for you?
We had this conversation actually internally, and had we known that this opportunity existed, which we did not, we would have probably chosen this site to begin with, because of accessibility, because of the willingness for the community to work. I mean, you know the challenges that we were presented with in the Sunny Slope area. The ambiance, the views, the things that you're talking about, are they important factors? Sure they are. But we can create that as well. I mean, we're builders of luxury improvements, okay? We can come in and build a venue that has a lot of that, that we can create some of our own environment. You have a wonderful, we were out there for many, the creek that, I look at video or I look at Google and it look frankly like a ditch to me. It's not a ditch. I mean, it's a very nice creek. We can build upon that. You have some wonderful opportunities
so I guess
out there.
That would be my next question. Would you be taking parts of Caldwell, like whether it was the creek or the rodeo or whatever, and building around that
Absolutely.
theme that we already have going on
Absolutely.
here?
That's what I think makes it cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't just fly in and plant something that there's no reason to. At least I don't believe there's a reason to. You work with the community and grab some of the aspects. I mean, when we were out in Sunny Slope, we were on the Sims property and they grow apples, so we were going to do something that circled around apples.
Okay.
The farm community, Bill has spent unbelievable amount of time with the farming community, with the wine community. We plan on incorporating all that in. We didn't get into the details of the development, but one of those would be a marketplace. We absolutely want to bring a marketplace where you can maybe have different, it's a very popular theme in Napa, our Napa in Northern California, where you have a central place where different wineries can bring their wines, you can sell fruits, you can sell vegetables, you can do that kind of thing within a single location. One of the things we absolutely want to do here and incorporate that into the design. I love the front of the baseball. I mean, I don't know if you've been out there lately, but they did a good job. We were talking about maybe incorporating some of that into our design, or using, I mean, a little bit of the tail of the dog wagging the dog, but if we can incorporate some of that, we would do that. We come from that design, background. Did I answer your question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Hirschman? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
I have a couple of questions. This may be early, and maybe somebody else can answer it as well, but from a financial point of view, has money paid directly to the city of Caldwell for the use of the property been discussed, how that's going to work? Is it something that you guys are aware of and agreeing with? I mean, I don't.
It has
know
not.
It has
It has
not.
not. That discussion has not taken place.
Okay.
It's our understanding that a decision tonight will start that conversation, and we'll sit down with the powers to be in your city and talk about how you pull that whole financial package together. I mean, it's wonderful to have the city controlling the interest, because then you have one group to deal with, and we have to balance the costs and balance the returns.
And just a follow-up question on that, looking at the diagram of what kind of you intend to build, there's a lot of parking being added. Is that something the city would do, or is that something as part of your development doing? Has that been discussed?
It's a great question, and what we did and what we always do in this kind of design, we want to make sure that everything's gonna fit. Now, that was hardly the world's greatest design of a parking lot. I'll be the first to admit it. It's very easy to design a parking lot, to pave every square inch. No trees, no nothing. Pave every square inch. We clearly would not want to do that from an aesthetic point of view. But what we were able to figure out, that you have sufficient areas to kind of provide the parking that you're going to need to provide. There have been preliminary discussions about what to do with that parking. Parking can absolutely be shared with other events that you have going out there. What is that arrangement? Yet to be determined. I mean, so who's gonna pay for it? Who's gonna benefit from it? I mean, we're open for any of those kind of discussions. We're builders. We can go do this, we can carve it up, however is the appropriate way of doing it.
Okay, and those are things that are just down the road. There hasn't been that discussion yet.
There has not been a specific discussion about that whatsoever, no.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions at this time? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. So there may be more later. So on that, before we bring Steve up, I know we do have at least one member of the committee here, and there may be more, but we do want to hear from them as well. I know Mr. Dentber was on there, but I know Deanna Sinner is here. The Canyon County Fair Director is on that committee. Do you mind coming forward, please? And are there any other committee members that are here this evening? Okay, very good. So it is all yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm actually gonna, if with permission, read an email from Jim Everett from the C of I, because he responded. Stephen Jenkins invited us all to the meeting tonight. And Jim couldn't come, but he wrote an email, and my sentiments echo his email, so I wanted to read that for you. It says, "Thanks, Stephen, I will not be able to make it. My message would be a request to really look at the opportunity to develop a master plan for this important real estate, looking at the entire parcel. Opportunities with this location and number of acres are becoming more rare. Caldwell has done such a great job and positioned itself well, so this seems like a wonderful chance to continue to make Caldwell a great place and a destination. It will be important to work with and talk to adjacent stakeholders to make sure that as development happens here, this is a win for all of them and the community. With the rodeo, fairgrounds, and the College of Idaho, there is significant economic impact from each, and we want to grow that." So my feeling, I will only speak for myself, but being a part of the panel, is that out of the two proposals, if an amphitheater was going to happen anywhere in Caldwell, this was the proposal we liked. But is this the location that everybody agreed with? What we all agreed with was that a master plan of the entire area from 22nd to Linden, that become the priority. We have limited space. All of our entities want to grow, and this adds yet another user into the mix. We're a unique but challenging arrangement right now, as far as we all have different needs, but we all truly want, I believe that we all truly want each other to be successful. I mean, if one of us is successful, then we all are. So I think my ask is that we back up a little bit. We have conversations with stakeholders. This RFP came out without conversations as a group. There were some individual conversations happening, but as a group of stakeholders, we hadn't met about this specifically, and this impacts us greatly. We've met as a group of stakeholders since 2017. This was never brought up, and that parcel was never brought up as something that was going to be developed. It was always something that would be reserved for use for either the college rodeo or the fair or all of us. So, and just another little shout out. Stephen Jenkins is a dream big guy, and I totally respect that. And I am also a dream big person, and we just don't align this time, and I feel really bad about that, but he's a rock star, so.
Thank you so much. So are you. So appreciate, hold on, is there any questions for Mrs. Center? No? Okay, very good. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, sticking with us to the bitter end. So, okay, Mr. Jenkins, any?
So thank you all again for listening, and again, I just want to thank everybody for being a part of the process. And lastly, just to reiterate, this is for the recommendation to engage in the discussions revolving around a DDA. So hoping to establish some of the parameters revolving around this project with the Lexor Investment Group, and appreciate Diana Center for being here as well, sharing her feedback. We talked as a group for about 2 hours. Mike, you remember, I'm sure, but I scheduled the meeting for an hour. We spent a couple hours just talking through the details of it. So the engagement was strong. And I certainly appreciate, all the communication that took place. And I think that there's a desire from Lexor to continue those discussions and to work through solutions. And in my opinion, they could be established through the development and disposition agreement. And we intend to continue to have those discussions with the stakeholders involved.
So do you mind maybe, sorry to jump in if there's any other questions, kind of elaborate what, and again, I'm not sure where council is on this. Obviously, if they say no, then that's easy. We know what happens then. But if it is a yes, what is that path? What does that look like at all? Because like you said, it's moving into negotiations. Who all is involved on that? I know that we're doing similar with like the Obi company right now with the hotel. Could you just maybe elaborate a little bit more on what that looks like if it does go down that pathway?
Sure, Mayor. Yeah, essentially what it looks like is we would get together with our team. As Bill Hirschman mentioned, we haven't worked through all the details of the project, the specifics related to the project, so we would talk about the parking, the landscaping, some of the requirements that we would have in that area, even as it relates to the stakeholders involved, so we would have them partake in that process. So we would, of course, invite the Canyon County Fair, Caldwell Night Rodeo, College of Idaho, all the participants back in that area to be a part of those discussions, work through the details, put that all into a package, provide that to the city council in a subsequent meeting so that can then be approved for to solidify the terms of what we hope to establish with Lexor.
Okay, excellent. Yes, Mr. Denver.
So, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Jenkins, I have a question. So what you're asking us to do tonight is just to approve something that creates an official relationship between us and the developer. It's not asking us to approve a design, to approve a contract, to approve the lease of property. It's just putting in wheels the official process of creating an official communication, correct?
Absolutely, Councilman Dittenberg, that's right on the mark there.
Okay, questions for really anybody? So
I have discussion. Go ahead.
Question?
Go ahead. Want to go last or?
Question?
I have a couple of questions. Mm-hmm. Why did the county reject this?
I do. So my opinion of it, and just looking at it from afar, was essentially there was, of course, the ag community is in that area. This location being away from significant residential and having somewhat of a buffer with the rail, being in an events area was more conducive for what they were hoping to bring in. So that was a little bit of a conflict, I think, for some of the individuals that were based in the Sunny Slope wine region, although I think Lexor was trying their best to make compromises and work with all the entities involved.
So I'm a little bit conflicted because I like the idea. I like bringing this to Caldwell and the fun and the concerts and the culture and all that. I like that. And I like the fact that this company is looking to incorporate Caldwell into their design and, adding jobs, all the stuff. I like all of it. My concern, I think, is exactly what she had just mentioned about not having a master plan of that whole area and just kind of plugging this in and then working around it and hoping that it works. How far away are we from a master plan in that area?
Absolutely, and great question. And what we're hoping to do is work on it concurrently. So we do have that group, Logan Simpson, that's going to be conducting our comprehensive plan. And the goal is to integrate this as an addendum to that plan. So there would be a master plan component of the Caldwell Event Center that would integrate all the properties into that orientation. This project, just to give you an adequate timeline of what's being projected, we wouldn't see shovels in the ground per se until about a year now. So we would have that master plan intact prior to that point is what I'm envisioning. And this would almost line up with the OB Hotel project in terms of the timing of when it would go under construction.
Okay, and then, is this costing us anything, the city?
The master plan?
Well, no, if we approved an amphitheater.
No, it is not. So this is just giving us the green light to proceed with negotiations so that we can work through the development agreement.
And I understand that part because I learned my lesson with the parking meters, and I'll tell you why. Because I feel like when we had the parking meters, it was the same type of thing. Let's just open up the discussion. And we all said okay, and then the plan kept changing and changing and changing, and then by the time we got to the end of it and wanted a pause, we didn't get it. So now I'm very cautious about anything that might lock us into anything at all. So if this is approved, are we locked in, not necessarily with the company itself, but doing the project?
We are not. So that development agreement still needs to be approved by this governing body. So this process would allow us to engage in that process and prepare that development agreement for your review.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move into kind of the discussion?
I just have discussion, unless a question comes out of that discussion.
I just really have a concern about parking especially, and other questions too, but parking's my biggest, and I get it, parking is expensive. We saw a presentation tonight that said a parking garage was $17 million. And we've got the baseball stadium parking there being dedicated to this project. So that's going to be on us to build the parking lot that was envisioned in the picture, in the diagram that you drew, that showed some space, and I'm assuming you talked to them and said we could make this parking for the Hawks, not Hawks, sorry.
Sockeyes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's the Sockeyes. But we have a parking problem already in the city of Caldwell. And then I understand, why would you build a parking lot why would anybody build a parking lot for the fairgrounds? It doesn't make business sense. So then the fairgrounds is going to build it, or we're going to build it? Because we're giving up more parking. We already have a parking problem in this city. So one of my concerns here, and it's just one, but it's maybe the first one that comes to me, is we've got a parking problem. And this just creates more of a parking problem, doesn't solve it. It's telling me we'll iron out those details later on, but that's not very reassuring to me. We've heard that before. And now we don't have parking, and we don't have a parking garage either. But I'm sure I have some more questions or comments, but that's the top of my list.
Yeah. And Councilor Williams, I would echo those statements. The only thing here is they're adding significant inventory to the area that would be, in their minds, really a shared parking component of the area that's currently not there. So they'd be adding that inventory to help with the rodeo, help with the fair, help with the College of Idaho events that take place. So that's parking that we currently don't have online that they're certainly willing to engage in discussions about.
Stephen, who's going to pay for it? The parking.
So I agree. We would work that out through that development agreement. Oh.
That's something that we've discussed as paying for. Part of what we have to sort out if we're chosen in the development agreement process is how does the shared parking arrangement work? Because we're not an everyday use. Neither is the rodeo, neither is the fair, neither is the baseball, neither is the football. We understand part of the reason why we showed what we showed is because we've been following things pretty closely. We know there's a parking issue. We followed the whole sequence of what's gone on within the city, and we understood that let's take a pass at this and see how many spaces we can get on this site, knowing that we still don't know if it's gonna be 4,000 or 5,000 seats. If it's 4,000 seats, we don't need all that parking that's shown. And then as Bill mentioned, we still have to design the parking lot. We're not just gonna throw down asphalt and stripe it. We wanna have it aesthetically pleasing and fitting in with the surrounding components that are there. So those are all things that we've sorted out on our end. We haven't sorted out what the shared arrangement is. I think that's the component that what we're trying to get to the point of is opening up the avenue for those discussions of what the shared agreement looks like. Because we've known all along, we don't need that 365 days a year. We need it for when we have concerts. So there's opportunity, as Stephen mentioned, that's going to increase the inventory in the city that can be used for other events that are happening in that corridor to help alleviate some of the parking concerns that are here now.
And thank you, and now that you're back at the podium, thank you both for coming. It's an exciting project, and like Councilor Register, I'm conflicted because I would love to see something like this in Caldwell. I was sitting here thinking of my days in the Hollywood Bowl and the box seats and packing you pack tablecloths and silver and dishes, and some people even brought butlers to serve them. It was an event going to the Hollywood Bowl. And I love the concept, but I'm really reluctant at this point for so many questions. And I still don't know who's going to pay for the parking. If you were standing here telling me as part of your development agreement, you're going to guarantee me that you'll pay for all of that parking and you won't expect the rodeo or the fair to pay you back for any of it, I'd be willing to consider further. But it's not feasible to ask you to do that. It doesn't pencil out for you. I'm a businessman.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. We're paying for it. I think it's the operation side. We're going to put it in. We need to figure out what the operations look like when there's overlap. When there isn't overlap, who's using it? So we need to come up with agreements as to who's using it when, not the you're going to use it, you need to pay us. It's when is it going to be used and how do those, because we don't have a full understanding of the schedule of the rodeo. We understand roughly when it is. We understand when the fair is roughly. We don't know, the football schedule can fluctuate, the baseball schedule fluctuates. We know there's a lot of components. That's part of why we led with it. We're going to work with the stakeholders, but we need to get to that avenue where we can have those discussions, because otherwise we're kind of spinning our wheels.
Of course. You're almost echoing what was said, though. We need to back up and go back to the table and iron all this out first, because there's too many stakeholders and too much at stake. And what happens when we have those conflicts? Because they will occur. And we do need to have all of these people at the table as we're discussing this. There's a lot going on and a lot of potential here. And so I think you're actually agreeing with the testimony given. So that's not a bad thing.
Well, I'm agreeing that needs to happen, but for us to do that prior to being able to move forward and discuss actual agreements, for us, we're going to keep kind of in this cycle of are we going to move forward with the project or not? Because we can't keep investing money and time to design the facility and come up with components only to have it come back and say that's not going to work for this piece. We kind of need to have an understanding that we're going to move forward or not in discussions with a development agreement. And as Stephen mentioned, it's not locked in stone that we move forward with the project. It could come out of those discussions that stakeholders decide this isn't going to work for anyone, it's not going to pencil for us, and the discussions are ended. But right now, we're kind of handcuffed because we can't have those discussions. At least that was our understanding at this point. We have to go through the RFP process to get to the DDA, unless we misunderstood it.
Thank you. Steve, do you want to clarify that maybe a little bit?
No, that's very accurate. I think for us as a city, what we were trying to do was to get a group that we felt would be an adequate partner in the process, and then start those negotiations, start those discussions with ourselves and the stakeholders involved, and just make sure it was a good fit for everybody and involved in the process, and then bring that back to City Council for your review and go on from there. I think that subsequent meeting is going to be probably the most important component of this process, making sure that we've ironed out all the details adequately for all parties involved.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can we have it on a map, like a Google map or something, or a city map, either one, so that there's a overview? And then I have some questions that are probably going to sound dumb, but can they not have discussions without this approval? Like, why do we have to do this? Why can't we come back with a full plan to council without this part?
So we needed them to come up with the conceptual details of what they were proposing, really just to give us an idea of what was going in and around that area. Of course, they could have those discussions, but it's really hard when you're working with the unknowns, you know, having the discussions that are more or less futile, considering that they may end up being all for nothing. So giving them the trust and ability and confidence that we are going to work with them, we're going to work through this plan, and we're actually working towards a goal. All those things
That
can
was my
certainly happen.
question just a few minutes ago, that we're not locked into anything.
Mm-hmm.
So if we approve this, it's almost like saying we're like 95% sure this is going to happen, right? So we're saying we're going to use you or use them, right? But then what if, I don't know, something happens in the city and we're like, well, we're not going to do that anymore, and they're out more money and everything else, but we've given them this good faith.
Mm-hmm.
Then what? Is that a lawsuit waiting to happen?
So, Mayor, Councilwoman Register, happy to hop in. The way I understand the step tonight is that the city issued an RFP asking for proposals for this property. You have existing stakeholders. You have you have the rodeo and the fair and the college and the Sockeyes. I should have gone the other direction. But over here right now, you have nobody. And the nobody is the blank spot that would be the RFP. Now, the city can say, we're not interested in adding a fifth component to this conversation we're going to have. We want that property to stay the way it is or be incorporated by these other stakeholders. But right now, my understanding is there were two proposals on the RFP.
Mm-hmm.
And so tonight, the question is, do we want this thumb here to be these proposers or the other proposers or nobody? From a legal standpoint, this action tonight does not lock the city into anything. There's no contract in place. It's simply saying we want to reduce this thumb from being two potential people into one person we're having a conversation with. And then at that point, I think that's the hurdle that's being talked about is this proposer could go have conversations with stakeholders, but they're not actually part of the conversation team yet, because the city council needs to say, we prefer you, or could say we prefer the other applicant, or could say we don't like either of these and we want to do an RFP again, or could say we're going to scrap this whole RFP process and start from scratch. But this is just to reduce that fifth stakeholder down to a certain entity so that those conversations can happen.
So we can still say no to the amphitheater 6 months from now if we decide to.
Correct. Right now, the city's issued an RFP. That RFP would have said, I'm sure it says that the city can terminate negotiations at any point it desires to until this council approves a development agreement. There is no binding contract on the city.
And it's not costing us anything.
There is no direct cost. Steve can be a little spendy sometimes, but he's working hard to make the city grow. So there'll be indirect admin costs as the city works with all those stakeholders. But no, there's no check being written. There's no commitment to lease property. There's no reduction in the value of anything. Or
it's basically just an approval to pick the company that we want to work with and have them then submit their ideas, design, whatever.
Right. It's just taking that right now it's an empty slot in the stakeholder picture and either saying yes to this group or yes to the other group or no to everybody. We want to stick with the stakeholders. But if they end up
spending however much money on design and engineering or whatever, and we decide not to do it, then we're not committing to anything, correct? So they're kind of on their own if they decide to do that.
Correct, and this is the part of the calculus that developers do, and then in trying to make sure that they're presenting a compelling argument, they spend lots of money, but and I'm sure that both of them be happy to come up and say the same thing, which is that every dollar they spend at this point is based upon their confidence that they can deliver a product that you will like. It's not going to be reimbursed by the city.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'm with Councilor Williams on this because I also grew up with like the Greek and and all that stuff, and I loved it. Like it was an experience, and I think it would be something here that you know, it would be so nice to have. I lived here for, I don't know, almost 20 years, and I have yet to go to the Shakespeare Festival because it's too far away. And I want that here. I want those things, but I also don't want to put us in a bad position. And I guess my other question then is, if when this starts happening, if this is the wrong place, then do you help them find another place within the city? Is there another place within the city if while you're developing that master plan, it doesn't fit?
So, yeah, they, just going through preliminary discussions, they feel confident that this is the right location, for this kind of facility. We've looked all around the city trying to identify, elements of the site that were not close to residential per se, and then also having, kind of an entertainment function anyway that was already in place, that was pre-existing, that could add to the level of, entertainment that would be brought in by this facility. So, certainly open to opportunities, and I think they are as well. We're moving forward in good faith that this is the site that will ultimately become what they believe is a great site for an amphitheater.
Okay, and then can you take your little pointer and identify some of these buildings and where exactly we're looking at? The parking lot versus the amphitheater?
So I think, were you talking about looking at let me just, like, that picture? Is that what you're hoping?
Yeah, on a Google map.
Yeah, can,
682.
page, yeah. Are you able to pull that up, Emmanuel, it'd be on the full docket, page 682, that shows kind of the site plan?
Yeah, I see that.
And
I just
while
want
you're-
to see it
yes,
in
you're looking at-
comparison to
with
that.
the aerial, so right in here, and this is gonna be very, do you mind if I do it up here, Councilor Register,
Yes.
so the audience can see? So this is, again, just estimate. So the amphitheater is more or less in this area here. And then the parking they're showing is what they would construct would be this parking here, this area here, parking, and then even up to, obviously this parking lot exists. They're showing, this parking and then also the parking along here that's grass right now.
So what is that building right there in the middle?
Right here?
No, to the left there.
Right here.
Right.
Oh, right here?
Rite Aid
Yeah,
building,
I was
yeah.
trying to
that's the
get
Rite
my-
Aid.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I guess then my other question is if we wanted time to think about this, just to take it all in, is everybody good, like, coming back in a couple of weeks, or, I know. I'm just trying to get my questions answered so that you can finish it up.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, that's always an option, but yeah, I think it's good to have some further discussion. Councilor Doty?
Right, so I certainly don't want to take away from the success of the company, but I also share some concerns, and I'm not going to try and repeat everything that's said. But I will tell you what I learned at Urban Renewal. The video you saw there and the pictures you saw are not what's going to be at that site. That's not what's going to be there. The softball fields, again, I'm shocked that we haven't had further discussions, but that's probably because no one knows what council thinks about the parking or thinks about the relocation of the softball fields, because no one's asked. But we certainly shouldn't have to pay for relocation of softball fields. It's interesting that the gentleman back there mentioned several partners that support you, but when you mentioned all your supporters, unless I missed it, you didn't mention that the rodeo grounds, the fairgrounds, were in your side of this project. I did request today the score sheets from the meeting they had about the two RFPs, and I'd like to discuss some of that. So, as Steve would say, these folks are instrumental in our community. And Mr. Everett, the very first thing he writes is, I would go back out on a master plan RFP. And then he have, Diana already spoke, so Danae Warren, who is not here tonight, writes on her score sheet several things. I don't want to read it all because I don't want to hold everyone up, but she also mentions, I would like to see the city's master plan and find a partner, and she writes, a new RFP may clarify the city's goal in development. In addition, the rodeo representative that was sent, find who that was, Nicole, didn't complete the did not complete the score sheet. So, again, the rodeo's not here to speak, on their behalf, and I do think that they have some concerns about this project. So again, without repeating everything that's brought up, including traffic mitigation, I'm in support of putting the RFP back out for a master plan. You can certainly be a part of that master plan, but I am a no at this time on this proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Any other discussion or comments? Yes, Councilor Algen.
Yeah, I just wanna clarify here. First of all, if we're going to do an amphitheater, I like you guys. I think you guys have done an excellent job. I am not discrediting the choice that the panel made or this company. I think they're, if we were gonna do it, I would certainly do this guy. I think where I see the failing is on our part. We've had a lot of talk about this master plan, but in just the very recent past, there's been discussion about how the field house is a money loser and we need to change the dynamic of the field house in some way so we're not, and we're gonna lose more money because of the new fairground building. So we've had that discussion about, well, what are we gonna do with the field house to make it viable? And then there's been discussion about, well, what are we gonna do with Gaviola Field? Are we gonna retain ownership? Are we gonna put it out? And then, so we have these, in this master plan property that we own, we have unknowns that we don't even have answers for. I love the idea of putting in this big parking lot, because this big parking lot could serve the fair, it could serve the rodeo, it could serve a lot of uses. I mean, that's a good thing. But we're also working on a quiet zone with Union Pacific, which I'm sure would be very important to these gentlemen for outdoor concerts. You got Taylor Swift here, and we got trains going by with you know, whistles going at 21st and Linden. So these are things, again, I support this amphitheater. I feel like we haven't got our ducks in a row to know where we're going. I mean, I support a master plan, but, and from Mr. Jenkins saying, that, well, the company we hired is going to do a master plan, we've added that on, but that company is not gonna tell us how we're gonna, turn O'Connor Fieldhouse into the black. And and that kind of thing. And so there's just parts out there, I don't know, maybe we can resolve these parts, but right now they're not resolved. I'm involved in, I run one of the booths at the Optimist Club, with the field house during football. And we have parking conflicts just between O'Connor Fieldhouse and College of Idaho because they book things at the same time. And we have the rodeo to consider, and so, again, I like these gentlemen. I like this plan. I feel like we need to get our ducks in a row before we go forward. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Any other, Councilor Dittenber?
Mr. Mayor, to the credit of the developer, it is a good plan, and I'm excited that we still have enough interest in our city where multi-million-dollar developments want to come to our city. And so I'm concerned about us saying we don't have our ducks in a row for this one, and then we don't have our ducks in a row for the next one, and then we don't have, and then pretty soon we're not that destination place. I'm not saying we're gonna get there, but I'm wondering if we can't talk the developer into helping create that master plan as part of this engagement, that surely they care about the success of it. They're not gonna say, we're just in it for our little part right here and we don't care about the success of everything else. That maybe a condition of whatever we approve tonight, if we do, is a contingent where they help develop that master plan and in the process put us all at ease. And then finally, with regards to the big issue we always talk about, and as long as we talk about a parking problem, we're always gonna have a parking problem. We need to start talking about us having driving problems and us having inadequate busing problems, if I can get my jab in, and when I can. But, our parking system situation is not gonna get any lighter anywhere we go. And, I would like to see us, at least give a little bit of consideration not to approving an overall plan, putting something in place, but at least giving Mr. Jenkins the authority to go ahead and, have further negotiations.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor
Just
Doty.
to comment on that, though, but if we hire a master planner that's neutral, maybe they won't want it there. I'm not saying don't bring it, I'm saying maybe that isn't where they want it or where they would design it to be. And so by putting that stipulation on there would force the planner to have to put that in there and then give us ideas about the other. If we really want a neutral opinion of how they think that whole area should go, clearly with the idea in mind that an amphitheater could come in there somehow, some way, they should have the freedom to do that. So the parking and all of that stuff, you're somewhat correct on that, meaning that, but we shouldn't have to pay for it. I understand what you're saying there. Mine is more, it needs to be open to the planner, or the engineer that develops that plan so that they're not obligated with all these bits and pieces. You can plan this whole area with this great vision, except for all of these spots. And so that's my concern.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Register.
So going back to my question, how far away are we from a master plan of that area without moving forward with this?
Any-
Huh?
I'm just wondering if we've even approved anyone to do a master plan of the whole site.
Well, that's my question is, if taking Councilor Dittenberg's, idea of, can we incorporate it all at the same time using, because I don't want to lose them, right? I don't want to lose the interest. I like them. I like their work. All of it. Taking that into consideration and saying, hey, can you help us with this master plan, however this is going to work, concurrently, whatever it is. If we don't do that, how far away are we from having a master plan there from somebody else?
So I don't know for certain, so this is mostly conjecture, but I would say that by the end of the year, we can expect to see something done on behalf of this area in conjunction with our comprehensive plan. So that's kind of the estimate for when the comprehensive plan will be completed, and this addendum would try to align with that scope of work.
Mayor,
Yes,
it
Councilor
just
Williams.
sounds like a different RFP, though. That's a whole different RFP, inviting people to give us their scope of what they would produce if it was 21st to Linden.
Correct, I agree.
I don't want to vote tonight. I would like to have some time to think about this.
Okay, any other, Councilor Allgood?
I would just have a question for one of the gentlemen, either one of them that
Yeah.
wanted to step up there.
Maybe, go ahead, William, and then if we need to bring Bill up, we can.
Yes, sir. I apologize for all this. You guys are wonderful. Hearing what you're hearing here, sir, that we all certainly agree with the panel that you guys are doing a good job, but we have things and master plans to be worked out. Are you guys willing to be more involved in a whole master plan? I mean, you kind of see the turmoil we have, and I know you guys spend a lot of money to get things done, even before you're, and so, are we scaring you off, or are you still involved, is kind of my question.
It's a great question. Immediate answer, you're scaring me off. But let me follow up with that. We spend a tremendous time and amount of money and energy. There are a handful of people in this country that can design amphitheaters. I mean, it's not, you don't go to amphitheaters or us and buy one. So it's not as simple as saying, well, we got this piece of land left over here, let's put an amphitheater on it. The rodeo, correct me if I'm wrong, is a 1 week a year event. Am I wrong, or is that?
No, that's
okay?
right.
The football is, I don't know how many games they play, but it's probably 6 or 7 out of the
Been 5 or 6 past
season.
years.
Okay. Baseball, I don't know, we've asked, it's probably 15. You know, the home games are probably 15. We see no issue whatsoever in being able to, we're, you know, if we're booking 4 shows a week, that's, you know, and so to work around that, we've already had discussions. We simply wouldn't have an event during the rodeo. Excuse me, I left out the fair. The fair, as my understanding, is a week. We just simply wouldn't have those events. The parking would be 100% available for whatever those events would be. So from our viewpoint, it's relatively simple. The conflict doesn't exist because we simply don't put on a show during those times where there's a conflict. What Bill was referring to is we have to work out the details. If we're going to pick up the tab for the parking, which I will assure you, we had every intention of picking up the tab for the parking. What we're trying to refer to is, you know, there's no free lunch in this life. I mean, if we're going to build the parking lot and somebody else wants to use it, I think even you would agree that would probably be a fair negotiation to see how that's paid for, okay? That's the whole part of the RFP. What we want to know is that we've taken that off the table. We're your guy. Now, can it fall apart at the end? Of course it can. We can say, you know what, we've had enough. No, we're not going to do that. We've had enough. But we don't want to be put back in the pool to you know, come give us another set of plans. Come give us another plan. Now we're talking about, let's plan the whole area. No, that won't be us. Certainly can work with you. Why can't we be one of the components with the fair and the football? And why can't we be that component? And we work with whoever pulls that together. And what we bring is the expertise on that amphitheater component of that. And, you know, may you have to tweak the lot, or you're talking about, I think there was some conversation, I would call it the field house. Is that what you refer to that to? You know, maybe there's some issue there. But to say, let's go do another RFP, you won't get one from us. We had enough. So would love to do the project, don't get me wrong, would love to. We spent a lot of time and money and energy. We're not going back into that system again.
That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No, I just am concerned. I hate to lose this, but I wonder what College of Idaho would say to us. Well, what about us? Aren't we your important ally in the rodeo? And it is more than just 1 week of the rodeo. There are a lot of other events that the rodeo ground holds. I agree. The Caldwell Night Rodeo is 1 week, but
that's the big parking one.
But the New Year's deal and all the other events they have down there, and what does the fair say to us? You know, they've been here for a long time, and these are important partners to us as well, not just the thumb. And I understand that's a great illustration for us to concept, but those other 4 are important partners to me too. I want to make sure I've taken them into full consideration as we look at the overall picture.
So, in response to that, when we were talking about the parking meters and the business owners, the answer was, well, they have their chance. So it's on the agenda, like they know to be here. So is it appropriate then to say, look, can we revisit this on the 20th, invite them to come and hear from them, and then go from there? Because I think the thing we're getting confused is not approving the amphitheater, even in the space, we're just approving the person to do it. Is that correct?
Also, I'd just say in fairness to them, it's not technically, though we've had some public comment, but they were all members of the process, that it's not open for public comment, right? Where you would sign up because it's an action item, is that correct? So the rodeo wouldn't be able to just
But they could be here
allow it,
and
but
support.
Yeah, it's different than like a quasi judicial where you sign up and stuff like that. But obviously, yeah, we do open it up for that. But yeah, I think
Can we do that? Like, to hear that feedback?
so. Like to continue it in that regards.
And invite
Sure you could.
all the players and then just get some of the feedback on it. But again, are we confusing the problem with, are they testifying to whether or not there should be an amphitheater there, or how that works for them, or for the person that we want to hire? And what you're saying is that the only thing we're deciding today is that he's the person we want to hire, so we're not committing to anything.
Mayor, Councilman Register, yes. The item tonight is just to award the RFP, which is to say to narrow the scope. And I might just, if I could real quick, it might be helpful, the commentary from I'm forgetting the exact title, fair director, fair coordinator, and you could invite her back up to provide it. It sounded like there was agreement that of the two people, this was the preferable option, but there was expressed opposition to proceeding with this project. And so I think what you heard is, of the two people, the preference would be to deal with these with this particular applicant. There's still opposition to the project. Narrowing, I'll make it the pinky instead. Narrowing the pinky down to this applicant just means that you could, I think the applicant has a good sense that this isn't gonna move forward unless there's buy-in from the other stakeholders. I'm just just observing the meeting here, and so you could direct them that if it was council's desire to say, okay, we're narrowing, we're awarding the RFP, you're who we wanna deal with, by the next meeting, we want you to have had at least 2 meetings with the following stakeholders, and we want a presentation from you with them that incorporates their commentary and talks about the plans and has feedback and that sort of thing. But then at least your applicant, at least this particular applicant knows that you're no longer considering the other RFP applicant. I think that is part of why they're frustrated.
Right, right, no, and I understand that. So I guess my question then for you, Mayor, is if we vote on this tonight and we say, yes, you're the person that we've narrowed it down to and we want you to come, then can we say within a month, like just for them to have enough time, whoever to have enough time, either have everybody come here and talk about this amphitheater project, or have them have those meetings, whatever they have to do, but then within a month we sort of give them a little bit more guidance about what they're doing so they're not spinning their wheels on spending all this money when really we're just voting on who we're using.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could
Like,
definitely,
I don't know if
I
I'm
would,
confusing this, but
you went,
I don't wanna lose their knowledge, their insight, everything else if we're gonna go ahead with it. And I think the problem, again, it is unfair to them that I think the city did this backwards. I think we should have come and decided if we were gonna do this project, if we were gonna do it there, et cetera, then decided who we were gonna use. That, in my opinion, right? So now that we're here and we got this great team, can we not say, yep, you're the ones we wanna use, but in a month from now, we're gonna make a decision on whether or not we're doing this or not?
yeah, and you could do that. I think we'd probably want more than a month. I don't know if you disagree with that, to be able to give them time to meet with those stakeholders. It could be 2-3 months, say we need to come back in 3 months with a report that you've met, with the College of Idaho, the fair, the rodeo, whoever that is, this many times, this is the discussion. Is there any agreement on direction for it? You could definitely do it, but I would think you would need more than a month.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I didn't know, or to bring it back for testimony or whatever, but are you willing to do that?
Sorry, I missed your question.
Are you willing to do that? If we were to say, yes, you're the people that we want to use, but within however much time the council decides, that we would ask that you meet with those stakeholders and come up with.
Are you asking us to meet with the stakeholders?
Well, I sort of
I
thought
would-
that maybe they would,
Mr. Jenkins.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that they would.
I would
come
think
here
that
with-
would be more appropriate, yes,
Yeah.
that the city would do we're more than happy to meet with them, but I think that's
Well-
probably something that's more productive and as well as more appropriate for the city to be the guide. I mean, can we be part of that discussion? We assumed we were gonna be part of that discussion. That's not my point, and if you misunderstood me, I apologize.
No,
The point wasn't that, I think you're stating it quite clearly. We wanna know that we're the ones.
right.
And are we saying you're gonna vote on this tonight and we're gonna go build an amphitheater tomorrow? We know that that's not gonna happen.
Well, I think that's what's happening, is I think we're getting the issue confused, that the vote is just to choose you, right? And then I think the problem that the council's having, and this has nothing to do with you, obviously, is,
I don't take it personally.
okay, is even if we choose you, then what's the next step? Like, we just want to know what the plan is, right? I mean, essentially, I think. And so, what are we locked into? What are we not locked into? How long will it take to get people in here to testify as to whether or not this is even a project that Caldwell wants? What about this? What about that? We want those questions answered, and they should have been answered, I think, first. And then we put out the RFP and say, hey, come in, we're all ready to go. And I think
It's not
that's the
unusual
part.
to have the process work like you did it, so I would suggest you didn't do it in error. I mean, the process that you've gone through here is not an unusual process. You choose the group, and sometimes it doesn't work out. I mean, it doesn't work out. We say, you know what, that's not good, and so you go another way.
Well,
But we didn't intend, we didn't come in here assuming that it was a slam dunk, and we weren't going to have to work with the other shelter. I think we're the ones that brought it up initially here. There's other people that we need to work, other groups that we need to work with here to make it successful. We don't see it as a problem. Let me make that perfectly clear. We don't see that working amongst the people that are out there as problematic. Frankly, we see it as fairly easy to do. I mean, we're providing parking that you don't have. Our schedules don't interfere with each other, at least to the best of my knowledge, they don't. So it's really not that problematic as we see it. If it was a full-time, if there's somebody operating, 5 days a week for the whole summer, yeah, okay, that's a problem.
Well, I think what's happening here is that, like I said, I think we're confusing making a decision on whether or not we're doing an amphitheater with versus who we're using. So if the question is, do you want to vote and say, if we do an amphitheater, that these are the people we're going to use? I would be happy to vote for that and be a guess on that, but I don't want to vote on the amphitheater tonight, if that makes sense. I think that's the part where we need all the other stakeholders and pieces and testimonies and all that.
The question you brought me up here to answer, which I didn't, is would we be willing to accept some kind of decision tonight wherein we are the chosen group to negotiate, and if that were delayed by a month or two while you know, that is acceptable to us. That is absolutely acceptable. We just want to know that we can move on. Because I think you want us part of that conversation. I would hope you want us part of that conversation. I hope we're a major component of that conversation. So our input would be critical.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, knowing that I'm going to get a second from Diana Register, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the RFP from Luxor and give Mr. Jenkins the authority to move ahead with whatever negotiations necessary to bring a solid plan before us.
I will second that. We're good. So we do have a motion from Councilor Dittenber and a second from Councilor Register for the, make sure I get this right. So this is, again, we're at number 10. So this is for acceptance of the request for proposal from the group that's been presented. And again, as was mentioned, this is to allow them, as being the pinky or the thumb, I can't remember which one on it, to know that they are moving forward with that. Again, nothing is finalized tonight, allowing them to work with city staff, who then is obviously going to work with all of the stakeholders, College of Idaho, the county fair, the rodeo. Who was the fourth? Oh, the baseball team on that. So allow them to work on that, see if they can come to agreements where it's a win for everybody, and then to decide if it moves forward from there or not. Is that a fair assessment on that? Okay, so that is the motion. Discussion on that motion. Councilor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment. I want the concept, but in deference to the fair and the college, who are our partners, who have asked us to back up, I'm a no.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor
I would
Doty.
just add to that, the fair has already said, put it back out for an RFP, and so has the college, and those are two huge stakeholders that have been in our community for a long time, so I'm going to respect their comments as well.
And just to respond to that, I appreciate what they've said, but they also said that before this conversation happened. And so this vote is for who we're using, not that we're going to approve the amphitheater, not that we're going to put anything in, strictly for who we would use if we put an amphitheater in. And I like the project. I think it's fair to give them the assurance that if we do it, that they're the ones that we're going to use, and that's the only thing we're voting on. Nobody is suggesting that we not back up and have a better plan in place, get the stakeholders' opinions and all of that before voting on the actual project, but we're simply voting on who we're going to use if we do it.
Any other discussion? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
I'm kind of agreeing with everybody at the table. I'm going to be a yes vote, but I just want to make it clear to Mr. Jenkins and anybody else that's involved. As Counselor Doty said, the college and the fair and the rodeo, they are our long-term partners, and they have to be at the table if I'm going to keep this going. I like these gentlemen, and I support this amphitheater, but I'm not going to walk on one for the other. And so if we can get everybody to the table, we can have an agreement, I'm for pushing forward. And so that's on Mr. Jenkins. Yeah, you know, 'cause I agree with Counselor Doty, these are long-term partners of ours, and I'm not going to step on one for the other. So anyway, that's my point.
I agree with you and Counselor Doty, and I just want to put that on record too, for you or the city or whoever it is, that if those long-term partners that everybody has mentioned cannot come to an agreement on this, then we are not, please don't expect that the council's going to move forward with something. I am simply, and I just want to make it clear, voting on who we would use if we did.
Okay, we're good. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
What's the legal language gonna look like? Because, I'm a little bit embarrassed too on behalf of the city that a lot of the stuff hasn't been done, but if we take in view the Tillian project and all these extensions and the council not knowing about a lot of the stuff, what's the RFP gonna look like from a legal standpoint? Pretty simple?
Mayor, Councilman Stanek, I think you're referring to the development agreement, you mean? Yeah, so the development agreement would contain whatever the parties ultimately settled on. The RFP has already been issued. It's not binding. It's expressly non-binding by its terms. That's how those are drafted. So, before anything became binding, it'd be well, it wouldn't be disposition, but a development agreement that came back to council, and all those terms could be discussed, whatever they might be.
Would the RFP be available to the council so you can look at it before anything was signed?
Yes, the development agreement?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Well, are you asking what the legal ramifications are of tonight, or?
No, I want to look at the language, because again, I'm sorry, but because of the Tillian project, I'm very gun shy on the legal language
Yeah.
and the agreements and extensions and all the other stuff that we've been through already, so.
I agree.
Yeah, and so that's clarifying that before anything is signed, you would, the council would see that, correct? Is that the question more or less on it? Okay, very good. Any other discussion? Okay, then it has come to that time, just after 10 o'clock. So, with that and the discussion taking place, then the voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and the motion does pass with 4 in favor and 2 in opposition. For those that may be at home listening, that can't see the screen, just so it is very clear. So Councilors Stanek, Register, Allgood, and Dittenberg did vote in favor, and Councilors Williams and Doty did vote in opposition. So that it does approve, and again, I know it's been beat several times, but what that does is it chooses, let me get the company, Lexor, am I saying it right? So it chooses Lexor to be able to move forward with that, but also the understanding that I would imagine within the next few months, it'd be good to come back to council and to show what progress, if any, has been made with the other stakeholders on that. So, because obviously you don't want to get 6 months down the road and find out it's just not going to work, because that's not going to work for the other stakeholders. So obviously the sooner the better, and then we'll be working, staff will be working on that to meet with them and meet with you as well. So not the last time that we'll be discussing this in that regard. So, but that motion does pass, and so that does approve. And that concludes item number 10 for our action items, and moves us into action item number 11, which is our finance report acceptance by Caldwell City Council. And hopefully this goes much quicker than action item number 10. Councilor Allgood, you doing it? I saw a finger point that way. Yep.
Sorry, Diana, I was sleeping, wasn't paying attention. Debbie, do you have a hard copy? It's not pulling up.
Oh, if you click on it, it'll come.
I'm
Oh, it
clicking,
doesn't.
well, there it goes, it came up. Got it,
Never
thank
mind.
you. I move that accounts payable in the amount of $4,545,293.94, represented by check numbers 175360 through 175801, and payroll in the amount of $742,199.47, represented by check numbers 39293 through 39302, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Very good. So we have a motion for the acceptance of the finance report. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor Register. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. Okay, and that moves us into city council comments. So we'll start with these first two items, then go individually through each counselor if that works for everyone. The first one is discussion. Counselor Stoddard had reached out asking to make sure that we did have this on for some discussion regarding Republic Services recycling program.
Well, I personally have to apologize to the taxpayers because I was under the assumption that this particular policy only involved the folks that were already on the rolls for recycling material, not the ones that were off. And I don't know how I missed that, but evidently I did. To me, this is just unconstitutional that you force somebody to take something and pay for it. I don't understand that at all. But like I say, I don't know where I missed it, but I apologize publicly for that. And there are some ways you can reduce that cost by taking a smaller container of both, which I guess if you're a senior citizen and there's only two in the household, that's not a problem. But if you have a family, it's a problem. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
Yeah, and I know Rochelle Klein is here from Republic Services, so if you did have any questions for her, I know that she is here, did come, just in case on that, so, but.
Well, if the wording would have said that, if you're on the schedule right now, and this is what it's gonna be, I wouldn't have a problem with it at all, that's fine, but I didn't see anywhere where it said it was mandatory that everybody had to take it. That's the problem I had with it, so.
Yeah. Any other questions from council on that or discussion on that item?
I want to concur with Counselor Stoddard, and I apparently did not grasp it as well, as I should have. I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong, I just missed it, but I did not realize I was going to say every household had to have a recycling bin either. When we voted on this, and like I said, I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong, I simply did not understand that we were saying that every single person had to pay for recycling.
Well, you want to say something?
Yeah, please come forward.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Rochelle Klein, 11101 West Executive in Boise. Thanks for bringing this up tonight. And I think you're right. So the way it's worded is, the way it was voted on, I guess, is that this would be incorporated into the base of all services. So nobody has to recycle. So it's like a library or a park. So it's part of being in the city and everyone shares the cost of it. But it's not, nobody has to take a cart. Well, we'll always have a cart for every single household. We're guaranteeing that. So if somebody wants to take a cart, we'll have it, but they don't have to recycle. There's no penalty for not recycling. They don't have to. But what we have found is the stick rate in every other city is above 90%. So we almost always hit a wave when we roll out recycling or when cities decide to recycle. There's always a group of people who are unsure about it and they don't want to do it. But I can tell you that you're the last big city in the Treasure Valley to add recycling to all the households, and we do have over a 90% stick rate everywhere else, which means people will just start with cardboard only or cardboard and milk jugs or something. And you're actually really sophisticated in the way you're doing it, because the more there aren't any utilities at all anymore where it's like all you can eat and pay the same rate, right? So usually, whether it's electricity or natural gas or water, the more you use, the more you pay, right? That's just the way it's been structured. It's just an equity thing. So the flat rate for everybody over the years has meant that the small user subsidizes the big user, and so that's just and that's a policy decision. So in a lot of cities, it's a flat rate, and so you have big families or just a single person who doesn't generate anything, and they pay the same. So it actually is really more fair in a lot of ways that you have a stratified option, so that someone can have a really small cart, and even with a small cart with a senior discount, and they're paying a much smaller rate than somebody with 5 trash carts that's generating more and more disposal at the landfill. So I hope that you know that nobody has to recycle. They can all choose not to, but we will always have a cart for them ready if they choose to do it. And it can be little or it can be big, and we're happy to field any questions too if people want to ask about what statistics look like in other cities around here or anything like that. I hope
So
that helps.
I think you answered the question that I had, but just to confirm, so say Nampa, for example.
Yeah.
If you opted out of the recycling, it does not drop your bill.
No, but
Is
you
that-
don't have to take a cart. And we have like 2 or 3% in every city that choose not to recycle.
Yeah, so, but would it change your bill? So if you didn't recycle, your bill stays the same?
It's just the same. What would change
Okay.
your rate is if you went to a smaller cart. So, yeah, even if you chose not to recycle at all, but you chose this small cart, which is like the equivalent of 1.5 trash cans, then your bill would go down. But it would just be based on the cart, the trash cart size.
Any questions? Yeah.
But everybody still pays for it. You still have to pay for it.
Yep, it's just like I would say like a library or park or
so-
swimming pool or things like that. It's just it's a
Pay
shared.
for it regardless if you want it or not. You
Yeah.
pay for it.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, and I think that's part of just where cities, that probably happens with lots of city things, but we personally, I know that, because the orders are coming into the city, I know they've been really busy, and we appreciate everybody answering the phones and taking the calls and sending some to us on occasion too, but we've really not had any negative feedback on, like when I check with our customer service team, we haven't had that pushback, and it's probably because we're not council members, but you guys probably hear it, and we appreciate that you guys take the heat, I guess. But we haven't had the pushback that we normally do when we kind of roll out a program, and it's usually people really embrace it, and it's really good long term. So.
Cell phone 250-2410 took the heat.
Oh no.
Any other on that? And yeah, so thank you so much for being here
Okay,
on that.
thanks-
And
thanks.
I just want to give a shout out to our utility billing clerks. And they've gotten both, some people that called in and like it, and some that don't. But they do hear from those that don't, pretty aggressively. And they've done a phenomenal job of being professional and answering questions and really taking that brunt. So they are that front line out there for sure. Really want to give them a shout out.
And once
what they do, so.
it's rolling, you don't hear generally another word once it's rolling, 'cause it's just that interim where we had people ordering carts, so there's kind of a ramp up where people know about it, and so that's why we're probably hearing about it now. But anyway, I think you'll all enjoy it once it's here. So.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks.
Very good.
Any
Okay.
other questions?
Any other? Okay, thank
All
you
right,
so much.
thank
Appreciate
you.
you being here for so long as well. Okay, next one was, discussion regarding a City of Caldwell emergency plan. So, I think you all got that email as well. So looking at creating a task force, appreciate, Counselor Doty and his expertise, being able to lead that. And I know in most recent email, talking about getting basically the executive team of the city, all directors together for that initial meeting, and then kind of can decide, who really needs to be in this and get those inputs on that. So we'll be working on that this coming week to set up that meeting for that. So appreciate that and the discussion to move in that direction. So anything, did you want to add anything to that, or?
No, I think you're spot on with the email, and it's 10/17, so we'll work on it this week. How about
Perfect. Okay, sounds great. Okay, now on to council comments. Council Register, nothing. Councilor Stoddick?
Did anything go out yet on the warming centers? I thought we were gonna advertise at the veterans group.
I think it went out, yeah. Is that correct, Char?
Did
Just
it?
stating that it's the library and the senior center? Correct, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Anything else?
That's all.
Okay, Councilor Doty?
Just one thing real quick, our veterans, also, as they've mentioned in previous presentations, is that they need an area for storage. So if we can work on a storage container, we have all that property at the city for, I believe it's our streets department or all of that, all the land that we purchased, and clearly we haven't built on that. So not that we want an answer tonight, but just have council thinking if we can get a storage unit on that, would they be able to store it there? Versus like the Meals on Wheels, which they needed too, storage right next door, but there's no place, we don't wanna put I guess, for lack of better terms, an ugly storage unit next to our beautiful Veterans Hall. So just something to think about. If we can give them a spot maybe there and then work on some sort of storage container, that would be great.
Yeah, definitely. Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One, really quick thing, the open house for the, master plan, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I don't know if anybody's still listening because it's after 10 o'clock. But, noon to 6 on Thursday and Friday, 10 to 4 on Saturday at the train depot. This is a big deal, so, we all kind of need to be involved. The Historic Preservation, Commission is working on a walking tour audio, which is kind of cool. We can talk about that more later, but I mean, it'd be, it's, Mr. Randolph that's gonna narrate this for us, our resident historian. And, you'll actually be able to have him talking through this historic walking tour. I think that's kind of cool. A question, we get this email weekly now from Chris Walworth, on the, permits that were issued. Are y'all getting that? And I think it's because we were asking about permits. Is that what you wanted?
Well, when we had discussed it, we talked, it was more like what's coming to the city that month, you know what I mean? Not necessarily like every electrical permit, but like, oh, a Boise Fry Company is gonna be opening up this, you know what I mean? Like, more like that. But
So here's my concern, and I'm only asking because this is extra work for Chris, and I don't even know Chris. But that email doesn't do me a lot of good. I scan through it, I do. But that email isn't really helpful to me necessarily. So if that's not what you wanted, can we release Chris from having to do that?
Yeah, so she sends that out already, so she just added the council to it. So so if you don't want to be on it, that's fine, she can take you off, and then maybe we look at, yeah.
that's the only way that I,
Mm-hmm.
cause I do kind of pick through, like, and look at if there's businesses.
Yeah, and then, so that's permits issued. What we could look at too is certificate of occupancies. We've talked a lot about C of Os tonight. So that's when construction's done and they're now allowed, for example, Fat Guys. You know, for them to be able to move in and start selling sandwiches, they gotta get that C of O. And so that could be good too, to have that, cause then you know when they're opening. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just glad she's.
Yeah,
she
so
didn't
it
do
goes
something
out already,
just
so
for
she
us.
just
Okay.
added your names to the list, so it doesn't add any extra work for her, so, okay. Counselor,
Nothing for me, sir.
okay, Counselor Dittenber.
You know, just a couple quick things. First of all, maybe many of you know or don't know, but the president of the chair of the Caldwell Housing Authority received a presidential appointment and is now the director of the Farm Securities Administration for the state of Idaho. So it's nice to know that we have somebody, you know, within, you know, our sphere of influence that can get that sort of appointment. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention real quick, and I don't know how the council deals with this, and it's nothing that we should ever, you know, discuss any further tonight because we're all tired. But I'm wondering whether or not the police department and the fire department should have their own finance expert. Just reflecting back to what we did at the city of Boise, when I worked for the Boise Police Department, we had our own finance expert, fire did too. Whether or not that would take any pressure off you, Raylyn, that's it.
I'll just make a comment that, not every day, but, the majority of my meetings are police and fire. I spend a lot of time with them, so, not because they're incompetent, it's just that they need a lot of help because they have the biggest budgets, so. I love you, Dave.
Yeah, so yeah, no, that's definitely something that could be looked at. You know, budget discussions are already starting, things like that, so that's something that could be looked at for sure and talked about, so. Okay, yeah, and so with the light of the time, I will really not say anything either. Just there are a couple of C of I basketball games this weekend. Encourage you to get out number 3 in the country. They are playing phenomenal. They played the number 2 team, Lewis and Clark, up at Lewis and Clark, and they were a little worried because if they lost that game, they would not be number 1 in the conference anymore, and they absolutely destroyed them. So they are playing great basketball right now, fun game. So that's all I had. So with that, I stand for a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Motion passes.